There's a familiar sound. So, it's time for another Short Run Saturday. This time, it may be a little bit weirder and a little bit more difficult in some ways than the previous ones. I'm starting with what I think will be the easiest game of the choice, Bonkers for the Super Nintendo. Now, I didn't realize there was two different versions of this game, in that they were actually completely different games. The Genesis version, which I've showed on the channel before, is like a collection of mini-games, and as you can see, this one's actually a more straightforward platformer. Reminds me very much of the Tiny Toons game on the same system. Now, whether it's going to be nasty later on, I don't know. So I've actually never seen this game played. So, that's a whole thing. And this, I believe, was like an hour and a half to beat, on how long to beat, so, you know, we've got that going for us as a potential. The plot is exactly the same as far as I can tell as the Genesis one, because I remember this little sequence from the beginning here. When we had played the Genesis one briefly when I was doing a sampler of random Genesis games a while back. There's 3 very important Hollywood items are stolen, and we gotta go get them. Sorcerer's Hat, Mermaid's Voice, and the Magic Lamp. Because of course it's a Disney game, so it's gotta be Disney stuff being stolen. Uh-huh. Of course they're important. Sure thing. And of course, immediately shenanigans ensue. Yeah, you know, when everybody else is incapacitated, you only have one choice left, huh? Uh-huh. I'm sure this is going to end well. Nothing bad could possibly happen with this. And now we're in control. So we've got bombs. I will be using them sparingly because you only have so many. You have a dash, which doesn't actually do that much, and you have to wait for the meter to recharge before you can do it again. Like, his dash is not very effective, as it seems, currently. You can, of course, defeat enemies by jumping on them, as per expectation. Your bombs are going to be more for popping these balloons. And as you saw in the demo, drink this, you gain a boosted dash until you get hit. And, well, not until you get hit, but for a while. Getting hit apparently cancels it early, which I only just now learned. Keep hitting all the wrong buttons trying to throw a bomb at this balloon. You'll notice the enemies do respawn, which is inconvenient. But getting all these badges is going to be important for our future. Is once you grab 10 of them, you gain an additional bomb. And unfortunately, it's very easy to die because you only have those 3 hearts up there to work with. And I don't know what happens if you run out of lives. I did not test that. So that may be part of where this goes horribly wrong. But see, as long as you're in motion, you cannot be stopped. You know, till it runs out. Now, you may be thinking, you thought this was going to be the easiest one? I assure you that I thought this would be the easiest. That doesn't mean it will be, because I do not know how difficult most of these are, outside of the ones I have played before, of which there are a couple. But I can guarantee you that I was having an easier time in testing than I am now, but I'm also trying different things than I did in testing, so, you know, that just kind of goes without saying. I wanted to get up there. Okay, as long as he's got the baseball, we get hit. Got it. But our friend here is our checkpoint. it seems. So we got that going for us. And you'll notice our badges are retained between lives. So, as long as this game doesn't have a bad limit for continues or anything, we should be okay. Though I think I forgot to set the number of lives. Because I'm pretty sure I could do that, and I think I did that when I tested this. I'm pretty sure I was able to set it to 5. But I failed to do that now, so this could go poorly for us. Considering we're already, you know, at 0. But this may just end up being demonstration purposes right now, and then we will go for the actual attempt afterward. On the bright side, we are doing reasonably well on a supply of bombs. And that is a health extension. We just have 1 more heart now. Whether we get to keep those, I don't know yet. Is as soon as we walk over the threshold into this building, that's as far as I tested. Because I had a lot of games on the list to test, so this could really go badly for us. We'll find out. Y'all now know as much as I do. Oh, correction, there's one more thing I know, and that's you blow these statues up. Donald Duck must be destroyed for our success. Which is actually going to be relevant in a later game we do, potentially, too. This way, if people know the library well enough, they'll probably know what game I've chosen otherwise. Okay, that gets rid of all the pottery there. Ooh, extra life. Yep. We are no longer on 0. We're okay. Everything is fine. Okay, good. Setting traps with the bombs does work. Getting this guy to the right height is not ideal. Another dash boost. Let's go. Oh, I would have loved to have hit all 3 of these balloons with this dash. Well, never mind. Hopefully there's bombs in one of these. Nope, just badges. Which gets us bomb capacity, but you'll notice it doesn't give you the bomb to fill that capacity. I probably was supposed to use the dash boost to get up there, if I were to hazard a guess. Can I just regular dash up there? I can. Okay. Never mind, we're fine. As this bypasses that candle that was probably going to be in our way otherwise. Don't know if that would have hurt me if I was still on that. Okay, you just sink into that. It doesn't actually, like, bounce you at all. We do not get control back till he shakes the ashes off, by the way, so bear that in mind when I do things that may not make sense, like standing in danger. It's a case of I can't really do anything about it. Bunkers, please. The dashing is a little finicky. Okay, I can pop those by just dashing into them. So I've been wasting bombs this entire time, I guess. Oh. Okay, and a fully charged dash can do some things. I was having enough trouble getting him to properly dash. I honestly wasn't sure how well that worked at all. It's 5 hearts? You know, I'm betting I know how the continues work now. How much you want to bet that as soon as I have to continue, I lose all those health extensions? The over-under on that's not great for us right now. I have a sneaking suspicion bad times are here for us if I end up having to continue. But we will just, you know, try our best not to have to worry about that. Going into a boss fight without any bombs, though, doesn't seem like the way to not have to worry about that. Okay, so we got a ghost that will possess things. Okay, dashing does work. Good, because I wasn't feeling the idea of jumping on top of that, if I'm honest. Jumping on you, though, seems like the idea. Okay, that's spiky. I probably don't want to dash into him. Okay, I see. Dash into the hat rack and charge into the vacuum. And then jump on the ghost. I'm back in the vacuum. Just gotta watch out for where he lands and get in position to jump on him quick. Oh, ideally quicker than that before he summons his little ghost thing to attack me. We might lose this first go around here. I keep timing my first run at him wrong. Oh, he's doing something else. He's going after us directly. Oh, that is targeted. Okay. I, for some reason, thought he kept throwing it at the same arc every time because it looked like the same arc every time. We have bombs now, though, so this is going to be a piece of cake. On the bright side, we don't lose our health extension when we die, which was another option that could have been true. This is really well animated, but that's not surprising out of a Disney e-game. Okay, it is possible to miss getting a shot at him at all. Okay, gonna have to keep that in mind. Let's see if he's vulnerable to bombs. He sure is. So we'll probably just sort out that part by bombing him then. Too early. Mistakes have been made. Because remember, I have to have a full meter before I can properly dash into things. So, bit of a problem there. And considering the amount of hits he takes, we might be in danger here, considering the mistakes that have been made up to this point. Okay, that didn't land, which is a problem. Very big problem. Because we're now down to our last hit. I think we're gonna be learning about how continues work real quick. This is when I find out this game doesn't even have continues, and I question my life choices very strongly. Oh, I did not know you could roll bombs. I don't want to laugh at that joke, but I'm gonna have to laugh at that joke to continue the game. Okay, we keep all of our stuff when we continue. You know what? This is probably fine then. Assuming there isn't a major continue limitation, I think this will actually be perfectly fine to get through. He says with major doubts about his own statement, but hoping for the best. Because the more I learn about this game, the more likely it is we're going to be able to do something here. Does the chandelier respawn? It does. Okay. So I have a plan. It's called Run for Our Lives. Okay. So there's a collection of balloons up here. They have bombs, badges. Please let this be an extra life. Nope, just a lot of badges. Which is fine. A lot of badges is good for us. That's not what I was hoping for. Is a few more extra lives would probably make or break our situation here, if I'm honest. I know I'm wasting it, but I want to make sure I don't forget about this extra life. Is of what I just was talking about. Dang it. Well, no, none of those badges for us. Let's see if we can use this properly this time. The answer to that question may surprise you in that it was kind of. I thought I had messed it up completely, and then it actually half worked out. I wanted to get back to these because I knew there was a badge bunch in that one. So now I don't really want to use all of my bombs getting back. So that may have been a real bad mistake on my part. We'll find out. Yeah, because it looks like dashing into them is a little bit of a crapshoot. It probably works a lot better if they're not actively casting their flame out at the time. So I think we may have to sack a life here. And then go for the fight afterward. That is if I don't just die on the way there. Which, there is enough baseball apes on the way that I might just die. We do have a lot of bomb capacity now, though, so I can get away with just bombing my problems away a little bit. Which is probably not something you should say out loud too often. I don't know where you're meant to go to get that one badge we saw. Because it really does seem like it would be out of reach under normal circumstances, but there must be something I don't understand about how the movement in this works. Because this does seem like a game with, like, hidden depth to the movement in a lot of weird ways. Yeah, being here with one hit means this is probably just over straight away, but I may as well practice the pattern here a bit. Because the better I understand this, the easier this is gonna be. Because he doesn't seem that difficult, we just don't have a lot of room for error. As long as I just time the bombs properly, he literally won't be able to do anything to us. Because I can take care of either of his transformations without it being much of a thing at this point. You know, as long as I don't miss landing on the vacuum cleaner. The vacuum cleaner is the more dangerous of the two for me at the moment. Oh, here he comes swooping in. He's gonna get me. Oh no. Yeah, because I can... Oh, I literally no-hit it that time. Of course. Of course I did. Mission stage cleared. We did it. We got a piece of paper, which I'm going to assume is a hint towards where something more important is being kept. Luminous figure behind bars and only 50425. Map gives key evidence. Chief admits Bonkers might need a little help. Oh, now we get a stage select. Okay. So we have a studio, some variety of building on a street, and a ship. It put us on the studio first, so we probably should just go in order here. Because I don't know if the stages are going to get much more difficult, depending on which one you go to. So we'll just go in order. Okay, I thought he was going to, like, pull out a welding torch based on the way he looked. But I guess he's just using the welding mask as a shield. Missed it. I should probably just throw a bomb at that one. Is the angle. So I'm going to assume they're dash proof because of the shield they have. So far this seems very generous, and I'm kind of worried about that. Like, what's the catch, you know? It may be that it's a Capcom game, but a bunch of other Capcom games are not that generous, so it's not like I can use that as a, oh yeah, there's guaranteed to be safety because of who made this. It really went all out on the damage animations, and I appreciate that. He is a cartoon character, after all. He can take it. God damn it. We're gonna be here for a minute just because of trying to climb up here, or I think. Because I'm trying to keep the height just right so that I don't get zapped. But I also need enough height to be able to jump up there afterward. There we go. Probably just bomb this too. Oh, Bonkers, for the good of the city. You missed your exit, dum-dum. Nothing new there. And... there we go. 15 bombs now. I do like that there is some momentum preservation in this game, which is surprising. But again, I believe there was momentum preservation in the Tiny Toons game as well, so that would make sense. And obviously, they're made for two different groups, but they're made by Capcom, so it would... Actually, was the Tiny Toons game Capcom, or was that Konami? It was one of the two, and I do not remember which now. Oh, that I've said it. The doubt is creeping in again. Doesn't matter. Point being, they're both cartoon games, and that is probably where the initial connecting point in my brain is coming from. But now that I've said it a couple times, no, I think it actually was Konami that made the Tiny Toons game, so I have no idea why these have such similarities then. Okay, all of that for an empty balloon. I am a fool. Get our health back. Stomp you into the dirt. Okay, even though this enhances our jump height, we do not get enough jump height from there anyway. I see the bit here. It's supposed to be the moon, so we get increased height. Huh. You know, I kind of expected that to be a floating platform that was gonna go down, but not that it was gonna tear the background, but that makes sense. Also means, oh no, we still can reach that. Just means we can't use that too many times. Aliens. Aliens defeated by garden variety cartoon bombs. Oh, I can't use the UFO. I mean, I guess I did blow it to pieces, so it only makes sense that it wouldn't really work in our favor. Why did that fan throw me so high, but the other one didn't? And I did take this hit on purpose. I'm trying to stay up here. It ate my jump, though. Oh, okay, if we don't destroy the UFO, we can use it as a platform. But it's a platform that is dangerous to our health. Yeah, I ain't getting that one. The one that's higher is probably the one I wanted to break. But it doesn't matter. Also, insert like 5 angry comments about me getting which company made the Tiny Toons game wrong earlier. Which I have to say, shrug. Doesn't really matter that much. Especially since I realized and corrected myself. But we all know how the internet can be. They will not get to the part about the correction and just be mad about it. Ah, you shoot through there. I kind of expected, you know, the game to respect cover. I don't really know why I thought they would. Not thinking I'm gonna be able to make this, but it did work. And then I fell through. Even though I saw the gap there, I couldn't get control of Bonkers fast enough. He is a little slippery after all. Okay, there's our checkpoint. I wasn't sure if I needed to actually get up there to have the checkpoint activate. That's why I bothered to run up there. But I'm going to assume passing him at all probably activates the checkpoint. Or he isn't a checkpoint? Why did he act as a checkpoint before? I'm confused. Because we definitely respawned partway through that mansion stage when we got to the rabbit. But apparently that did not work this time. And now I am confused. Oh, I can destroy the cacti as well. I should keep that in mind for the future. When in doubt, high explosives. So let's get back up here. Oh. So I guess in this particular case, maybe that was just a coincidence that he was standing next to a checkpoint before then. And maybe I should have tried bombing him before now. Oh well. We replaced the life I lost, so at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We've learned many things here today. Don't know why my bomb didn't throw. There was supposed to be a bomb first and then the run. But for some reason the bomb didn't go and I decided to run anyway. You know, Capcom did make a few Disney games, though. I know they were behind least one of the Aladdin games. I believe the Super Nintendo one specifically was theirs. Aha, the roll does let us go under there. I kind of figured. That again makes me question things, because in the Tiny Toons game, Buster had a slide that worked exactly the same as that. But at the same time, you know, it's not like momentum mechanics like that are unique per se. It's just odd that there's two specific games that feel very similarly, both on the Super Nintendo. You know, it's just a little weird. Okay, supposed to be a horse riding scene, I presume. But we don't got a horse. Let this be a lesson. Don't trust everything I say, because I get things wrong. Shocking concept, I know. Streamer gets things wrong. But I can assure you, basically every streamer you've ever listened to has probably gotten something wrong at some point. Oh, this is going to be upsetting to deal with. Yeah, it says to press that. I get that, but how do I guess I need to dash jump into it, probably? It seems like I push him back when I hit him. Oh, I think I get the idea here. But getting it to happen is going to be a whole other question. So I think the idea here is I need to knock him off of here. There we go. Okay, so whichever lights are lit fall when I hit the button, and I need to drop him to win the fight. Got it. There we go, he's down here with me, and he's off the edge. And we got the lamp. That was a neat fight. A little annoying having the guy down there with us, but you know. They had to make something difficult in there. Wooly and Bully and Slammer and only 6x907. Magic lamp recovered. Chief says he's finished War and Peace. Good for him. Alright, this is the one it highlighted next immediately, so we'll go here next. We might actually finish this one in a reasonable amount of time. There's a mouse in there. And not the mouse you're looking for. Ow. I just want the badge, bud. You can keep digging through the trash all you want. That one, though, has to die. He's dying for the sins of the other one, admittedly, but... nothing new there, really, right? I thought that was gonna be background. The more you know. Now that I know that, I'm gonna wait for my dash to come back so I can get over this one, too. Go grab these. Fuck you. I'm surprised there's no mouse in this trash bin. 2 for 1 special, and on we go. Can I break the glass? I need to know. Hell yeah! Destruction. You know, I probably did deserve that for just recklessly charging through the glass like that. We have a lot of bomb capacity. Like, I thought I had a lot when I had 10. I just realized we have 21 bombs we can carry now. I wonder if they thought through how that mechanic works as far as that goes. Or do they genuinely expect me to have that many bombs on hand at any given time? Like, is there just gonna be a fight where I'm gonna need, like, 50 bombs at some point to do it easily? Hold on. There's another large spider here, and I don't appreciate its presence. That was bigger than the last one, too. I'm getting real tired of this. It's also on the microphone. It's like they know. It's like they know where they'll be safe. And touching that thing barehanded, as you might imagine. What is he doing, though? He's freaking out a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna mute and deal with him, because you don't want to hear what's about to happen to this microphone. Sorry about that. The problem has been dealt with. And I didn't have to hit the microphone as hard as I was worried I was going to. So I didn't really need to mute for that. But we're back in business either way. I know some of you may have been entertained by the sounds of me trying to get that spider, but trust me, it was not as fun as it may have sounded. I just chased him off the microphone and then slammed him to the desk, and it was the end of that. Okay, now that we know a bit better about what we're getting into here, we'll go underneath. Which is admittedly what I tried to do the first time, but I botched the slide. And now I'm just getting pummeled by an ambulatory purse. I really appreciate that these bombs actually have some physics to them. So I can actually, like, roll them around and solve indirect problems. I wonder why this game isn't talked about more, because this genuinely feels really good. I guess you're indestructible, huh? I did not intend to duck there, but I ended up doing a bad input. Can I stand on you? I can. I'm going to assume there's going to be something above one of these at some point, then. Ah, there we go. There's the expected Mickey Mouse representation in a Disney game. Gotta give the mouse his cameo somewhere. Yeah, this controls well, has some good ideas. So far isn't, like, needlessly brutal. And I do, most importantly, point out the so far on that, because I get the feeling there's going to be at least one needlessly brutal part at some point. Yeah, I guess he just gives an extra life every time I destroy him. I'll have to keep that in mind. I do wonder why I have so many large spiders coming into this room. I don't usually have that many of them, and when I do, they're not that big. I really thought I was getting hit there. There we go. Got what I wanted. Yep. There's the pain. Okay, I can't outrun those. Good to know. An attempt was made. Well, we're dead. Oh no, that doesn't actually kill you. Getting run over does, but getting slammed into a sign apparently doesn't kill you. Good to know. Well, sign or probably the side of the tunnel there. I probably shouldn't keep focusing these badges quite so hard. is we have so many bombs already. I probably don't need, like, 30 of them. I wonder if there's a reason to spin both those signs. Like, I wonder if there would be, like, a bonus if you spun all the signs or something. I can't believe I got away with that. Now, I don't blow you up this time, huh? Okay. That's the end of that section. You stuck in traffic or something, bub? Yeah, it seems like it, because there's just a bunch of you just chilling here. Oh, and another balloon full of bees. Or, I guess bee singular, but still. I wish I could make things move that smoothly when I want to. This is not where I want to be. How did the bomb not get you too? Shenanigans, I say. Shenanigans. I really thought the smoke coming off of these Bible was gonna hurt me. I'm taking it a little slow since we're nearly dead now. So it looks like my taking it slow may be the death of me anyway. There we go. Zoom zoom! Missed the high road, so I guess we'll have to go this way. Well, that saves a bomb. We'll blow him up in a second. I want to see if there's anything good in here. There you go. Bomb for you, too. That's not what I wanted. I wanted an extra life. You have disappointed me. How much I bet he would have also been on the higher path and he would have had an extra life up there. Oh. Important elevator segment. Because there's, of course, always an elevator segment. Oh, those are definitely more targeted than I thought they'd be. Yeah, I couldn't avoid that. What I needed to do, I think, was move to the left and then back to the right again. But I couldn't move as fast as I wanted to. Because for all that this controls well, I'm not confident enough in my movement yet to be able to, like, shimmy like that on the regular. Oh, suddenly the camera wants me to go that way. I was not expecting that. Oh, they would have healed me after that. A lot, actually. Okay. Did we find a health extension in this stage yet? I feel like we didn't, and I have a suspicion I know exactly why. Because I'm willing to bet that higher path that I didn't land on probably had the health extension. That would just make sense. This, I would assume, is the boss fight. Helicopter. With some kind of wannabe superhero as well. Okay, I have to wait for him to stop moving. Is that really all this is gonna do? He just flies in, I blow him up, and then he goes away? Oh, I probably shouldn't have stood right there, even though I knew he was gonna fly in there. Because he flew in from the other side last time. It really seems like if I just stay down when I'm safe. Okay, I don't even need to really deal with you directly, apparently. Because you're not much of a threat. Ah, there we go. If you let it do its thing, it becomes a problem. So as long as you just keep him in a loop, he's not really an issue. That idle animation couldn't have been better timed with that statement as well. This might not even take an hour to get through. Unless the last stage is a nightmare. Toon Helicopter and Big House, only 408-841. Sorcerer's Hat recovered. Chief doubts Bonkers will finish before he retires. How fast do you plan on retiring? Because, like, obviously that skyscraper in the middle is going to be our final stage. That's just a given. It's the only other stage on the map. Not what I expected. I kind of expected to walk in the door, not get sent up in an elevator. Oh, we're up here now, I guess. Now I have control. We got ambulatory brooms. You would figure these would have been in the Sorcerer's Hat stage, not this one. Because, you know, that's where those came from. But what do I know? Answer, I know Zoom. Okay, so they're designed to stop your charge. Because they just bounce you back. Yeah, I kind of figured the lifeboat was going to dump me out. And now we've got a rain mechanic to watch out for, too. Thank you. Oh, damn it. We might be able to go back the other way, though. I'm betting I probably... Yeah, I would have to make a real ridiculous jump there, so hang on. I'm betting he's got an extra life, so I do want to make an attempt there, considering the rate we're losing lives. Which is not as bad anymore. We've actually been gaining them a little bit. I think I may have to maintain momentum, though. Yeah, I would have needed to have momentum when I landed there. Because I don't think you have enough time to start a dash on the boat. There's no guarantees, of course, on any of this, but I'm theorizing at the moment. Yeah, no, you get a decent bit of time there. Maybe I'll be able to build up a dash. Yeah, you can build up a dash on top of a boat. Okay. Give me stuff. Oh, that was a health extension. Even more worthwhile than the extra life. And a bunch of badges, so... worthwhile across the board. And now the rain's gone for some reason. Okay, it waits for a target to be underneath it to drop its coconut. It wants to drop his coconut on my coconut. Okay. I honestly expected that to go over him, if I'm honest. Why do I keep repeating myself today? I'm looping my sentences, and I don't know why today in particular I'm doing that. But either way, we've made it through that section. Oh, free to be. Nope. Go away. This place is really littered with angry purses, huh? I kind of expected the health sitting on the pedestal there to be a trap. It was just too convenient. But then again, I'm also just so used to rude games. Which this is pretending it isn't rude, and I'm still not convinced yet. Another elevator. This one doesn't seem to be an elevator section, just an elevator I ride down safely. Which isn't that a shocking concept? An elevator that doesn't try to kill you. No, I did just make that jump. Okay. I kind of expected that I was gonna have to bounce on the mouse to get up there. Just let me check this. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured it was gonna be. Fish. Fish go thud. Penguin goes thunk. And Penguin tries to murder me. Okay, doesn't seem like there's any way to break out of the ice faster or anything, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Yeah, I kind of figured the ice was just gonna stop me immediately. Because of course it would make perfect sense for there to be a blocker set up there. Like, why wouldn't they have something to stop you just dashing straight on through here conveniently? It's never that simple. And now we go back up. Oh no, we go down. I was assuming up because I figured we just took a detour through the freezer because it's funny. Really? The boss of the stage already? I feel like this stage was short. Oh, I don't like the hole he put in the floor there. Oh, he also swats my bombs away. Ah, but only if he's not actively attacking, it looks like? Okay, and I can't jump on him. How do I do this, then? Because even when I throw when he's spitting, I end up having my bomb get swatted away anyway. And I would try to, like, throw it above him, but I don't know if I can get that kind of height. Yeah, no, he still deflects it anyway. That might be the play, though, is go in close, bomb him, and then just accept the damage, perhaps? Yeah, because he keeps pushing me away with the wind. Trying to dump me in the hole, probably. Wow, that was way easier than I made it look the first time. All you had to do was just rush him. And that's the mermaid's voice, I presume. This might be one of the few games that's actually its correct amount of time. I mean, that would just make sense with the name, wouldn't it? Collector collecting things. I was sent up the river in only 8:06:24. Mermaid's voice recovered. Chief says to wake him when the case is solved. I mean, it basically is. We know who did it. We just gotta go get him. And we're here. I didn't really plan to fall all the way down here, but I guess we're here now. Okay, the water interferes with our jump and our bombs, as one would expect. Okay, the spikes do matter on them. You gotta land more on the snout to not end up getting hurt. Oh, the water definitely pushes you back as well. Yep, knew that was happening. Anyone get the feeling that this is gonna make up for the whole rest of the game in here? Because boy, do I get that feeling. Extra life? Extra life. Very good. Okay, and those guys are indestructible. They can only be delayed, not destroyed. No real surprise there. Okay, this posits us in the same location. But I have more of a chance to go from pipe to pipe a little bit there. Not enough of one. Oh, I see. I see at least one favorable angle. Yeah, I kind of figured since that was pointy that was gonna hurt me. Ooh, I did not expect to make that. I really thought I missed my landing there. Don't think I want that. Yep. Considering we're a toon, I wonder if the water would hurt us, considering, you know, toons would technically be ink. There's an extra life there. I probably need to go up and around to get at it. It'd help if I didn't throw that bomb too high, huh? Faster than that, bunkers. Thank you. You know, one could think that it's the opposite of helpful to die getting an extra life, but it's better than the alternative of getting nothing when you die. And we didn't die anyway. Yet. So many interactions for the dash as well. They showed you how it works. Now you gotta do it the more difficult way. There we go. Not that difficult, admittedly, but you know, it's gotta scale up. Oh, and it hurts you, because of course it does. Yep. I had a feeling dashing there was going to be a bad idea, but I didn't really see any great other options in that position. Because for those who didn't notice, the water spout there blocks your movement. You can't actually walk through it. That's fine. So, in my best interest to do this right the first time. It is really nice that you can do the roll, like, instantly. So, that move looked real cool, except for the fact that I've ruined my ability to get that now. Oh, just gotta hope that that wasn't important. Cut to when I actually needed whatever was in that particular balloon. Ow. Ah, no! So I think dashing might be in our best interest in this section. Yeah, I kind of figured all of this, for the most part, passes around you. Except for at the end. At the end, it's a problem. Because you can't really, like, get a lead on the... Jesus. I mean, you can't get a lead on Jesus either, because, you know... things have to exist for you to be able to get a lead on them. I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay, at least you get a moment of breathing space here. Okay. I got the timing that time. Really now? Or we're gonna play it like that, huh? Here. Does that seem like the perfect place to roll a bomb down and just like, but what if you didn't, though? Bonkers, please. I told you to dash. Why'd you half-ass it, man? This definitely seems like a series of dash jumps. Probably if you were much more confident with your movement, you probably could just sprint right across all of this in one go. But considering our decreased life amount, I'm being a little more cautious. Perhaps a little more cautious than I need to, but I would rather live, as it turns out. What? Do they genuinely expect me to, like, go up each of those as they're coming down? Yeah, that seems to be the way of it. It's just tricky to do without falling. Oh boy. You can definitely tell this is final stage, or at least leading into final stage, because they're starting to ask a lot. Oh, and that's death. That's the other part that tells you that this is a final stage, is everything is very, very deadly. Of course, the one that was going to be off screen was the one with the danger. Why wouldn't it be? Nope. Nope, I made a mistake. Last life. I find it very funny that we've only been in danger of needing to continue in two places so far. The beginning of the game and the end of the game. No in between. Everything in between, we were basically gaining lives for the most part. Why do I keep going for the ones that have the moles in them? I can see them. And yet, for some reason, I go for the one with the mole in it. Oh, I have to do this whole segment again, though. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I just don't have to be happy about it. I need to not get hit by that low fish, but I keep not remembering exactly where he is. There we go. Nice. The plan worked perfectly. Whether you believe that there was a plan there or not is irrelevant. It totally was the plan, TM. I'm gonna keep getting hit by this guy trying to jump on him. Alright, time for this nonsense again. Like, it would have been really nice of them to make this go the other way. Like, have you have a way to make it go the other way. Fall back down so far. Oh, there's a health extension up there. I want it. I'm gonna be greedy and I'm gonna regret it. Nope, no regrets. I half expected that to just dump me straight into a hole, if I'm honest. Oh, fuck's sake. You just respawn here, huh? Okay. I won't do the safety jump then. What? But what do you do here? What? But I can't jump that high. The fuck? Is there some kind of like super jump I don't know about? The fuck? Is there a mechanic I don't know about? Do I like bomb jump or something? But am I stupid? Like, do I get a little bit of extra height when I dash? Do I need you somehow? But how would I get... Like, that would explain why... Okay, yeah, I do just need him out of the way is more for the thing. Well, this is just annoying then, isn't it? Because sometimes the timing will be out of alignment just right to make this more of a nuisance than it needs to be. Especially when he just randomly chooses to walk towards you instead of away from you, even though he's facing away from you. Hope you enjoy wasting your bombs. What is this spawn timing? I hate it here. This section is the worst. Bonkers, you dumb, useless orange bastard. There we go. I told him to dash right, but for some reason, it didn't turn around before the dash input happened. We're absolutely gonna die here, by the way. There's no way I'm doing this with one hit point. You and your goddamn wily machine-looking ass. I don't know why I thought anything good was gonna happen there. Okay, good. At least we reappear here. But I do not have any other lives for this, so we may be running this section again. But assuming this is the final fight, this is the end of the game within an hour, so that's not bad. This will be the first one in a while I think that'll be on time. Okay, trying to get multiple hits, not the one. Probably best if I just bomb it so I don't risk getting greedy. Yeah, I had a feeling, but I was hopeful. Watch doing damage there, but that's okay. Oh, I see. I have to wait for the spike wall to be out of the way so I can actually bomb him. You would think bombs would bypass that, but I guess it's so that it's fair between you using bombs and you using the dash. Presumably, this is meant to be doable whether you dash in him or bomb him. He got me with that one. How many hits do you take? That's the all-important question now, isn't it? Yeah, he's gonna keep doing that. I don't know why I expected anything else. So just stay low when he does that. He's gonna shoot when I'm under here, probably. I tried to be cheeky and it didn't work out. Please be the last hit. It was the last hit. Incredible. First try. First actual try. Underground stage cleared. Oh. There's more, I guess. There's more to the scheme. Wait, if they're just trinkets, why are you bothering to take them back? Also, why were we still carrying them? What, is he gonna become some kind of cartoon god? Oh, I already hate this. It might be in my best interest to actually accept a death quickly here, but we can also try to figure out the lay of the land a little bit before I die. The fact that this cloud is going to be constantly pursuing me, really upsetting. Okay, that actually helped, though, because there's an extra life down with that guy. No. Tank the hit. It's okay. The exchange is worth it. That was not worth it, however. Whee! Wah! This stage is actually more fun than it looked like it was gonna be. I'll give it that with the way you can bounce around here so quick. You just gotta be mindful where you land. Okay, the extra life doesn't come back, so we don't get into a life loop. That's something I was hopeful for, but I shouldn't have been expecting it, I guess. Well, third continue. So I guess my joke about dying in the beginning and the end still holds, because we died in the end, but we also died a stage before the end, so it doesn't quite have the same ring to it anymore. I don't know why I'm still trying to grab more badges to get more bomb space when we're at the finale here. But who knows, maybe they'll pull another fast one on us and it won't actually be the finale. I no longer have a reason to trust in how this is laid out, considering they've pulled that one on us once already. It's all suspect now. I don't know if I want to be up there, but with how they're fighting me about going up there, I feel like I do want to be up there. Yeah, that's the end of the area, so I don't know if that was the only way to get up there. It certainly feels like Father Time, I'm assuming. I gotta wait for the arm to be out of the way. There goes all his gears. Of course, he just keeps lowering the arm on the other side now. But if I make a move, I'm sure he's gonna No, actually, I think he might be set in which arm he lowers. Like, I think you have to keep alternating and hitting him. So far, though, this doesn't seem that difficult. Yep, now he lowers that arm. Kinda figured. Hit him on that side. It's like, most things in this game have been pretty self-explanatory throughout our little adventure here. So I wouldn't expect anything too complicated to pop up. How many hits are you gonna take is the better question. And I should not have rushed across. That's entirely my fault. We had that so down to a science, and I decided to be greedy to try to speed it up a little bit. Which, you know, can you blame me when he took like 4 hits already? I did the stupid thing again. Now that I've made the mistake once, now I'm just gonna keep making the mistake because I think I can get away with it. Because for some reason, after the first time I make the mistake and get punished for it, I think it'll be okay to do it again. Which is the opposite of the lesson you should learn in a situation like that, in case anybody's wondering. Fucked up the dash. Now everything's just gonna be out of whack for me here. This is a neat fight, though. It actually makes you use the roll mechanic in a fight, which we really haven't done till this point. But it's also not that difficult to fight. Like, it's asking more of you than most of the fights in this game have, but that's not saying a lot. Because a lot of the fights in this game really haven't asked you that much. Yeah, I died on the last hit. We would have had it first try if I hadn't tried to rush it. That's no surprise. Toon World stage cleared. So this too is not the final stage? Oh wait, no, that's the same color text as the voice yelling at us from above. He's just tired of keeping time for all of us. Okay, but why would you stop time now? I mean, I guess spite move. I mean, yeah, gotta say thank you when you're doing a service the whole time. Even if you're about to do something fucked up because you're being pissy. You know, I feel like that's overkill, but it's a Disney game. We did it. Hooray. Okay, that's game 1 done for today. Case closed, only 0054. Didn't even get to read it all. Thanks, game. The one time that didn't hover for a second. You get a hospital stay. I'm gonna go ahead and get this put on the list before I forget. You can just enjoy the ending scene. And for anybody worried that this is gonna just be an easy bunch of clears, trust me when I say it's only gonna get harder from here. That is our 39th game for the year and our 3rd for this month. I did also forget to put the clear count on the screen. I knew I was forgetting something. That one? Yeah, there we go. Fixed it. Toon helicopter. No credit for the one with the weird wingsuit. Just the helicopter. Loose. Klaus Loose. I don't know how they want that pronounced. I don't remember. I think he showed up in the show at one point. It's been so long since I've seen any of that. Collector, of course. And then, of course, Pop's Clock. Not even just calling him Father Time or anything properly. Nope, he's Pop's Clock. And then, for some reason, Donald and Mickey are back here behind everything. I guess they had to have 2 cameos for them. Fall Apart Rabbit, Bunkers, and Toots. That's the end of the game. Pretty much on exactly an hour mark. I'm surprised, though, that this, like I said, that this is one that actually we finished arguably under the expected time. That has not happened very often. But, let's see. Do I completely flip to the other side of the coin here, or do I go to the neighbor? Let's go ahead and just flip it entirely. This is going to be a bad idea, but we're doing it. Is we're gonna do Shadow Dancer. Is this a mistake? Possibly. We're not gonna worry about all of this. But basically, this is your proof that this is a Shinobi game, though. Because it talks about Zeed and Shinobi and everything. We'll stay on level 1 because I'm assuming that's the easiest difficulty. We are not doing non-shuriken mode because that is a regrettable decision. Burning Downtown, round 1. This is, I think, like just a 4-stage game, something like that. But the later stages turn into a nightmare, and every stage is multi-parts. Yeah, just a man and his dog on an adventure. Is this loud? This almost looks like it's loud. It's not quite loud. Let me know if it actually is loud, because the meter looks just on the edge of being okay. We got people lost in the rhythm of the time here. They're just dancing away. You also can't hit enemies that are above you on these ledges unless you actually jump up on the ledge that they're on. One hit is death, by the way. That's gonna be the part that makes this difficult, is it's a one-hit death game. You can really just look at this kind of like a Ninja Rolling Thunder, was the way it really felt for me when I tested this. Because you got lots of guys trying to shoot you, you got one hit before you die, and you've got the flipping in between the top and bottom. I jumped with wrong timing again. Which, it's really upsetting that I'm having this much trouble, because I actually got through the beginning bits of this, like, completely cleanly when I tested this, so I didn't expect it to be a problem till later. And lo and behold, I keep botching the early bit. There we go. That's all I had to do was just wait a second. Now we have a power-up, so our shurikens are, like, energy balls. And we do have a special we can use, but obviously we want to save that. Oh, the fire didn't kill me. I didn't actually get hit by that at all before now, so I wasn't sure. That is a little loud. I think I will go ahead and lower this once we land in. Give me 1 sec. I don't think I need to lower it a lot, just like a little bit. Just pull it down like 5, and that should take the edge off just fine. And we can send our dog to do stuff, just we gotta be careful where and when we send him. Because he can be defeated. Ah, there we go. Now that we have a power-up, we can defeat those guys without having to melee them. Because their shields block your regular shuriken completely, as you might expect. More people to save. I got bounced around too much. I could not get him to turn around. Because if you get bounced, you will face the direction you got bounced from, which really can be a problem. So that's neat. The enemy stayed dead. Now, I'll be the first to say I don't actually have much of any experience with the Shinobi series at all, other than knowing that they are really difficult for the most part. Some of them being more reasonable than others in that regard. Oh, good, we got a 1-up. That's actually going to be vital to our success here. Okay, we saved everybody so we can leave, but let's kill this guy just in case he had something hidden up by him. Now, unlike other Shinobi games, this one doesn't seem to have an ammo limit, because that is one thing I do know about them, is a bunch of them have a shuriken limit that you have to play within, otherwise you end up having a problem in that you have nothing you can attack with other than your melee. Oh, I should probably turn the flashing light warning on. I don't think it's gonna get bad, but if they just did that right there, they might actually do more. So, bet hedging. It can't hurt. I would rather be ahead of the curve on that than, surprise, everybody's gonna be blinded. Yep, I kind of figured his head is a weak point. Can I run? I don't think I can run. Nope, I don't seem to have a run button. So I'm just gonna keep getting clobbered then, because I don't know how you're supposed to avoid those. I accidentally made a super, but that's fine. Oh, wow, that was a lot of rocks. We almost won that fight. Oh, we do have limited continues. Uh-oh. Okay, good. I was very concerned there when it just went back to the map screen, essentially, for a second there. Yeah, I shouldn't have turned around. But I turned around to give myself more room to dodge the rocks that were inevitably going to fall. I thought I was going to be able to follow the flame. Like, hitting him at least isn't too difficult. Like, damaging him isn't the problem, it's surviving the fight. There we go. Yeah, that actually is not that bad at all. I just kept getting caught in bad patterns. And we managed to hold our super this time. Welcome to bonus stage. Can I get continues here or anything? Shoot all ninjas. Okay, so we just have essentially a shmup segment here. Is there gonna be anything I'm not supposed to hit, or can I just spam my way to victory here? Because if I could just spam my way to victory, I'm just gonna keep doing this, because it's working. Sometimes I miss. Oh, I missed one. Every now and then they're sliding through, so I guess I should be moving back and forth a bit more than I was. I only missed 2, though, so hopefully that's still worth a good amount. Really? I hit all but 2 and I only get 1 life. Wow. Battle on the railway, round 2. Stage 2-1, start. They do at least give you a generous amount of starting lives per continue as well. So, like, I think we'll be okay. It just really depends on how bad the later bosses are. Yeah, I was worried about that. So, I stand corrected. I'm now more worried about the way the stage design's going to get, because I was not expecting them to give me something that tight to deal with immediately there. So, I think I need to deal with the guy on the left first, then. Yeah, except that guy shoots too fast, too. What are you supposed to do there, then? Do you, like, land and then just jump again immediately? To get away from them, rather than trying to kill either of them? Oh, now we've got that guy. Oh, no, there we go. So, actually... How do I... How does dog work again? That's the wrong button. Oh, there's plenty of dancing that happens. It's just dancing with death constantly. It's not the same kind of dancing you might expect. Uh-huh. There's nothing down here. That was just a death trap. Thank you for the power-up. I'm gonna need that. Whether I get to live long enough to make use of it, that's a whole other question. Oh, that guy's in an awful spot. But I have a plan. It may not be a good plan, but it's the only plan I've got. More or less, yeah. It is the terrorist organization Zed, I presume, returned again from all the other Shinobi games, because you just can't get rid of a terrorist organization. I'm gonna assume there's no reason for me to jump down there, just like in the other part. And we've saved all the hostages already, so I'm just gonna assume everything's fine. There we go, we're out of here. Yeah, the terrorist organization just happens to have ninjas too. It really does suck that we lose our power-up every stage. It'd be real nice if we carried them over. But that would of course be too nice. Don't know, didn't pay attention. We're kind of going for speed here, so I don't sit there and read all the text every time. There was plenty of text to read, I just didn't read it. Pretty sure it's usually conquest for them, though. Could be destruction, could be both. Could want to conquer the world and then destroy it when they're done with it. But since the goal here is clear count, we don't have time to mess around with that. Come on, throw your shield. Okay, fine. If you don't want to throw your shield, I'll just kill you. This is fine. You won't hear me complaining. You know, for a ninja, his reflexes kind of suck. I was mashing the attack button, expecting to land and attack him before he could hit me. And it just didn't work. Oh yeah, we also missed the hostage over here anyway, so we would have been up the creek either way. Yeah, how are you supposed to deal with both of them without getting shot? Actually, no, I think I see what I need to do there. But we are burning all of our lives trying to get through this mess. Ignore that guy, he's irrelevant. It would have helped if I didn't jump that high, but I don't think I actually have that much height control. Because I just barely pressed jump, figuring, okay, I'll just get a little jump, and then I went flying into space. Yeah, no matter how lightly I press the button, I don't have jump height control. Okay, that explains that problem. But I think that is the play, though. Land back here. Get him, dog. Okay, that works perfectly. I kind of expected the dog to actually deal with him, not just tangle him up, but it's fine. It accomplished the goal at the end of the day anyway, so I'll take what I can get. And now we have the power-up, which will make these blocking enemies less of a problem, because they can't block the powered-up shots, as we've learned earlier. So now I don't have to, like, approach those shield guys or anything. Okay, we need to get this guy. But I need to get away from him in the process, so... Hiya! God damn you! He knew what my plan was. He just immediately ducked. I mean, that's true. So these guys seem to be doing just fine, aside from just getting pelted with a bunch of shuriken to death. But they also have numbers. Okay, the people I saved stayed saved, though, so I just need to go get that one specific hostage. The problem with that idea being I don't get the power-up this time. Yeah, nobody ever said this lot was good at being ninjas, either. It would help if you turned around when I told you to turn around in midair, dumbass. Because you can turn in the air, but only sort of. Never mind, I stand corrected. He's not that good at turning around in the air. I was gonna complain like I just got bad luck there, but no, just mechanically you don't actually have that much air control either. We're just learning this in the second stage because it didn't matter as much in the first stage. And now, this is why I said this was going to be a much more difficult game, because I knew these games were brutal. Let's wait for him to be facing away and hope that that gives me enough time. Yep, okay. I think that's literally all you had to do, was just be patient and wait for him to be facing the other way so his animation would take too long to attack you. Time for the next boss. Whatever this thing is. Oh, it's got hands. You know what would also help for being a ninja? Being able to run instead of just strolling along everywhere we go. So what am I supposed to do here? Because his hands take up a lot of space. I have to assume the arms don't count. It's only the hands. To a point, it would be. Like, I feel like some of it wouldn't actually be all that interesting outside of people that are actually very interested in that specifically. Okay, he's not as dangerous as he seemed, just like the last boss wasn't. My air control really is making it harder to hit him than it needs to be, though. Because I obviously don't want to run into his hands. Got him. Okay. That actually was easier than the first boss. I just screwed it up a bit. Welcome to bonus stage. You have a couple options for that, yeah. It just depends on how deep you want to go there, is more the thing. Like, if you want it to be, like, 100% historically accurate, you probably wouldn't actually have it be that interesting. But that also depends what you mean by lore accurate. Is accurate to the myth of the ninja, or accurate to the history of a ninja? Because that's two very different animals. Yep, we didn't even get an extra life that time. Statue of Liberty, round 3. Stage 3 1 start. Really needed to get that extra life there, because I don't know what I'm getting into here. That still varies depending on which angle you're looking at there. Okay, that was the part you needed in that sentence. But yeah, no, if you're just looking for, like, a super assassin thing, then yeah, you absolutely have that in what you're talking about already. Or even the Assassin's Creed games, or anything in that vein also covers what you're talking about at that point. God, I thought the bullet was gonna be passed by the time I landed there. I thought I was gonna get the spacing right. Ooh, he shot 3 times. For some reason, I thought he was only gonna shoot twice. I also don't know why their regular foot soldiers just look like slightly better equipped putties from Power Rangers. I really don't know why. I guess they're easy to make. There we go. Get the power up. The power up's gonna be important. You know, it'd be great if I could throw these shurikens upward, or at any other angle other than directly forward. Any other angle other than directly forward would be great. I really don't know why everybody that's been captured does the I am in danger jig, but they just really look like they're doing a weird dance, and I can't unsee that. Now, how the hell? Oh, maybe? Nope. And I can't get back up either. Well, never mind. I don't know how you're supposed to make that jump. Oh, these guys respawn, too. Love that for them. And I'm betting that extra life's gonna despawn by the time we get there. It's also burning our timer. Yeah, how the hell do you make that jump? Like, I'm gonna die to the timer trying to figure this out. I wondered where he went, because one of them just disappeared instead of dying. I was real curious about that one. Like, is there... I keep fucking this up because I go looking for buttons that I might not have realized exist, and I end up using my goddamn bomb. Ah! I tried to get to the very edge of the platform to try to jump from there, and it just went, nah, fall, perish. Why did only 2 of them respawn that time? Oh, he respawns up there now, I guess. Okay, sure. I get the feeling I'm gonna end up getting screwed here. Yeah, I cannot make that jump. But it has to be makeable because there's an item there. Unless they expect me to go, like, up to the next floor and drop down? That's probably it. Yeah. Oh, that was a 2-up, though, so that was worth dying for, at least. Because there's no way I'm making it out of this stage before time runs out now. So I'll just take the death. We're gonna lose our power-up, but we gained a pair of lives. And I'm betting that's not gonna respawn. But we're up 1 life in that exchange, so I'll take it. You know, I've decided I have a new strategy for dealing with gunmen, because I just realized a thing there. It's a very odd strategy, but it'll work. Because remember, the best way to defeat an enemy that has an advantage over you is to find a way to disrupt him. And make him fight on your terms instead of his. In our particular case, it's called jam our knee into his forehead as quickly as you can. And if you don't have an angle. Because I realized when I bumped into him, we both got knocked askew, so we didn't actually get to take our action. And we recover faster than he does. So if there's one under you like that, you just drop on him and you'll actually win. It does not work as well with long distance, as it turns out. I should have just thrown a shuriken at him, but I wanted to be funny. And funny doesn't pay off in the ninja business, as it turns out. Oh, you actually got a hit through that time. Usually when I've been spamming like that, I win out. So I was like, yeah, it'll work out. It'll be okay. And then I got clobbered. And there's also times like that where I land right in front of him and it's a real awkward moment for everybody involved. I should be using my dog attack more as well. Because, you know, we have this dog for a reason. It's almost like we should be actually having him help us. We just gotta be careful who and what we use him against, because when I tried him against one of the shield guys in testing, the dog did not succeed. He just got knocked away, and it was just embarrassing for everyone involved. And he was temporarily unable to be used. Like this guy, for example, is a perfect opportunity. Go get him, dog. Because then I just hop up and deal with him. Same case here. Dog gets him, then I get him. Since he drops the 1-up, I wonder if the 1-up will actually reappear because it drops from him. Nope. Okay. It was worth a try. You were facing the wrong way. That's your mistake. Oh no, ninja ambush. Damn it. I couldn't recover quick enough to hit him too. Of course, you know, the second I talk shit about their ambush, I immediately get ruined for it. I don't think anybody's surprised by this outcome, particularly. Now and then I make it look like I know what I'm doing, and then moments like that happen where I'm like, yep, I'm just gonna stand here and it's gonna work out. Ow. It didn't work. This just in. The plan did not work out according to the plan. And anyone who thinks there's a plan involved, I got news for you, there isn't. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart here, because there's no way I'm managing to get through this at this point, I don't think. I think I've made too many mistakes. Don't just stand aligned with where they're gonna land. That's how people die to ninjas. They stand still. Go, magic dog. I really thought I dropped onto that bullet like an idiot. I really thought I just played myself there. Okay. That's just a trap over there. Good to know. Can I just leave? I can just leave. I should have just ran away from those guys before. We might actually be okay. Oh, it's an elevator section. Maybe not. Maybe we're not okay after all. You know what would be a great time to have our power up where we could pierce through blocking? Yeah, it'd be about now, wouldn't it? Yeah, probably about now. Yeah. Oh, hey, that helicopter we saw before. You know, makes nothing but sense that that's gonna show up now, huh? That's called foreshadowing, kids. What do you know? Hey, look, a Statue of Liberty. And for those wondering, the sword attack is not a separate button. You just have to get into melee range and it'll automatically attack somebody with the sword. Yeah, I couldn't move quick enough. I could not jump before the shots got to me. And back to the beginning of the game. Remember, there are no extra lives I can add here. I just have to do better. I just have to be better. We'll try like 1 or 2 times for this, depending on how well they go, and then we'll move on to the next game, because I don't want to spend the whole day on this one and not get anywhere. Ooh, I almost did it real stupid there. What? How did I bump him and not slice him? Either way. Worked out on the second attempt, so everything's fine. is like this first section is actually like super simple as soon as you understand the controls and know the lay of the land decently. Oh right, even if I had kept my power up from in the other stage, we had gotten it in, it wouldn't have mattered because we don't keep it between stages. I keep forgetting that because that is probably the one thing I would say is a questionable decision in here, is the lack of power-up carryover. But at the same time, it's probably on purpose to maintain difficulty. Oh, bye, dog. I'm glad you can just be fine if you fall in a pit. Yeah, it's definitely worth pursuing the spinny guys, because they seem to drop extra lives. Not all the time, obviously, but a lot of the time. We have some spare time left on this stage, so let's look around a little bit and see if there was anything else to pick up. I feel like we cleaned this stage out pretty well, because there's not really that much of anywhere else to go. Just in case there was like a hidden higher spot somewhere that I didn't see. There's this guy that I didn't kill. He didn't drop anything, though. Nope, there was nothing. Okay, was worth a try. Needed to look. I do know some of the other Shinobi games have hidden items. Like, you have to hit a spot for the item to appear. Similar to, like, Ghosts and Goblins and such. I don't know if there are any here in Shadow Dancer. Okay. We died to rocks a bunch in this boss fight before, but let's see if we can avoid that fate this time. I did it bad there. I was supposed to duck, but I reflexively jumped because I'm like, oh yeah, I can jump over that projectile. It'll be fine. And it wasn't fine. But hey, I didn't die to rocks that time, so... I need to shut up sometimes, you know? Sometimes I just say the exact wrong thing, and I aggravate the universe into attacking me. I think we might genuinely be safe standing on the edge here. Of all the stupid things, I think that might actually be accurate, yeah. If we were a little slower, the rocks would have killed me there, as the rocks do hit there, but it seems like he tries to fireball more when you're in that corner, which doesn't make sense, but I'll take it. Shoot all ninjas. I think if I am where they're landing, I can get a very good hit most of the time. I did miss one. Two. I don't know why sometimes my timing works out great and sometimes it just doesn't hit at all. Like, I'm seeing a bunch of them passing through them. Because I think their hitboxes are like shmup hitboxes. They're small. Literally one short of getting an extra life. I hate it here. I feel like I've been robbed. Alright. Remember, there's a pattern to the movement required here. And remember what we've learned. Hi-ya! Kick the man in the face, and he cannot harm you. Catch a frisbee with your teeth, and your teeth will be broken. Two different bits of wisdom back to back there. Will you target him? No, you won't. Okay. I think he... Okay, that just doesn't always work either. I'm so glad. I'm so glad this is just still a crapshoot location here. I may genuinely just use my damn special here just to save us some trouble. Nope, I landed on the side I wanted to that time. And now remember, shield guy's here. Get him. Get the hostage. I have to assume that there's something hidden here. Like, why would there be a ledge down here if there's not something hidden here? Unless it's hidden on the other one and they just teach you that that ledge exists with that one. Like, because, like, there's the lady here, so we need to drop down onto this one at least anyway. So that might be the other thing, but you can see them down there, so I don't understand. Hidden items? Eh? Prizes? Hidden ninja? Hidden ninjas? But, really? That was just a death trap with no reward? Okay, I guess that's something you could do, game. Rude. Yeah, because there's this ledge down here with the two gunmen, too. But, aha! I knew there was gonna be one of them with a hidden item on it. So that's 2 more lives than we had last time. Okay, so we made up for most of the lives we lost in the previous stage. The previous stage, in this case, being the one we just completed. Probably could have phrased that sentence better, but it's fine. This guy, I have to assume, is guarding something. Or it's just so you don't jump all the way over there. Was there always a ninja there? I feel like we didn't run into a ninja when we went through there before. But maybe I avoided where he spawned by where I specifically landed. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that was gonna work, and now I wasted the power-up. I feel like I tried that trick before and it didn't work, and yet for some reason, coming back, I'm like, yeah, it'll work this time. They won't expect me to do it twice. Now I don't need to go in there, though, so we got that going for us. I just need to be careful with shield guys and such. And, you know, the army of ninjas. Really expected to win that exchange. Don't know why I keep thinking I'll win any trade like that. Because we tend not to win those exchanges. One up. That makes up for some of the damage we've taken. Yeah, I think as long as the dog's barking, I think he'll activate on whatever enemy. Okay, Gabe. Explain. Why didn't he turn around? Was it just because it input buffered the throws I was doing so he wouldn't turn around? It just wouldn't accept a reverse input at that exact frame? I guess that's probably the case, but you know, you could have thrown me a bone there. Because I didn't dare stop throwing, otherwise I might have not thrown when I turned around. So I would have ended up losing either way, is the scenario in my mind that caused that exact situation to occur. Was that a correct scenario? Not really, but that's what ended up causing that problem. Could have swore I'd rescued that guy, but I think we just had a second similar situation unfold there. Okay, the dog does go for those guys. Things I should have used in the first place against him a long time ago, too. The dog. It's fine. We're out of there. And now the boss, which we did pretty decently here before, so hopefully we'll be able to just clean this one out. Just really heavily depends on where he ends up appearing. Case in point, he appeared a little too close to the side, so I got bounced. Looks like it's specifically the eye I need to hit as well. Maybe the mouth? Instructions unclear. Hit entire head. I almost jumped onto the hands like a fool. This fight would be over if the hitting the face thing was a bit more consistent. Case in point right there, that I feel should have been a hit. Because I did the exact same thing and got different results there. Unless I guess maybe it hit like a frame faster, or it was at a very, very minute different height. Could really go either way with that one. Welcome to bonus stage. I just need to not miss too many. Though I think I might have missed too many already, because I think I missed 2? And I missed 3, it's over. It's so fucking over. Wow, that might be the most we missed. That might be the worst we've done on a bonus stage. Though I did look away during it and just kind of was shooting wildly, so that might be on me. The good news is we haven't burned any continues yet. So as long as we have all of our continues for the final stretch here, I think we might actually make it. Depends on how bad the final stretch is, because we at least know most of what we're getting into here. But we do know where there's some lives here, too. As long as I can get there. But we've done this enough times that I should be able to get there, you would think. The hardest part's gonna be not fucking up. So about that not losing any continues, I should have just not said a fucking word about it. And yet here we are, having said words and been punished for words again. You know, I gotta say, it is rather tricky to be a streamer when the universe punches you in the nuts for the words you say. It really makes it complicated sometimes. But yeah, see, that's why you don't use the dog against the shield, guys. He bounces off and gets turned into a puppy for a moment. Why? I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason. Though he recovered instantly, which is interesting. Thanks, game. Thanks for not staying on the box when I told you to stay on the fucking box. Because I pulled back the jump slightly to land him on the box, and then he just slipped off of it anyway. And you could say that I didn't pull the jump back hard enough, and that might be true, but I'm inclined to blame him because he's the one who fell. So therefore it's his fault. He's a ninja. He's supposed to have the coordination not to just fall off of boxes. I mean, that's nothing new. Half these goddamn protagonists are rebels. You know, I get it. Sometimes I give bad directions, so they want to disagree to save their lives more consistently, but in the end, they cost themselves more lives than they gain when you fight against my directions. Okay, so that worked out. We got the extra lives without too much fuss. We have our power-up, so we can get through most of this pretty easy. Remember, these ninjas are not an issue. I just walk away from them, leave them behind. And there we go. Stage 3-1 cleared with only 1 life lost. It was an important life, but, you know, don't worry about that. If only I still had the power up, I would clear these guys out so easily. But that's why you can't have nice things, is because it would make it too easy. Okay, clean them out quicker that time. Yeah, I didn't have a choice. If I backed up, the machine gun would have almost certainly got me instead, because it was going to be coming up here soon. Is right after you see the helicopter fly by is when it turns around and comes back to strafe the platform. Yeah, that is the Statue of Liberty. We're here saving New York right now. Nobody ever said a ninja had to be in Japan. I believe a lot of Shinobi actually takes place in the States. Game, if you take my inputs, maybe he would live better. Because I definitely pressed jump as I walked forward towards the blasts there, and he just went, nah, I'd rather be shot. I would love to know how these guys are bullet immune, by the way. Because that helicopter definitely shot him the same way it does us. And he's just like, nah, I'm fine. No problems here. No problems detected. I think they do, like, summon demons. Maybe these are, like, demon ninjas and they're bulletproof or something. Just not sword or shuriken proof for magic reasons. And maybe it's like a classic cutting versus piercing issue. I couldn't do anything about him again. Like, if I moved back, he almost certainly was gonna land on me. If I moved forward, he was gonna land on me. I stay still, he lands on me. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with this movement sometimes. Like, if you just hit one frame wrong, it's just over. This is why I usually don't touch one-hit death games, because it really does come down to you made one flick of a wrong input and you're just dead. Obviously, there's always an answer to doing these correctly. It's just a matter of figuring out what that answer is. Ah! I was again in an unwinnable situation there, because if I jumped to dodge the bullets, the sword gets me. And obviously I stayed on the ground and got shot. Like, what do you do with that? The only answer I can see is I somehow clear all 4 of those red ninjas before the helicopter arrives, which we did manage to do. It's doable. It's just really tricky to do because you have to hit both pairs at the same time. Like, you can't leave either pair without both of them getting hit. And ideally, one of them going off the edge. But that's why they appear a little closer in, and I think is to keep you from just knocking them off the edge like that. Okay, we managed to make it work. And we died to that guy instead, because I just had no room to maneuver. God, this stage is a nightmare. And we haven't even seen the boss of this stage yet. We haven't made it to the top of the Statue of Liberty to see what the boss is. This has been where we've been walled the whole time. No extra lives or anything in here either, which, you know, it's an elevator stage. Of course, there's not really going to be much to work with there. Just think, if we could just, like, hit the pilot out of that helicopter, our life would be so much simpler. Just the strafing runs would stop. But no, this guy doesn't have the sense to jump up high enough to throw a shuriken through that damn windshield. And don't say I'm asking too much, because we've done dumber things and had it work. God damn, I feel like I'm playing Ghosts and Goblins all over again. It's like, okay, you know 90% of the moves. Oop, there goes that 10% again. Oh no, you're dead. But at least Ghosts and Goblins has the decency to give you 2 hits. And actually, I seem to recall that some of the other Shinobi games actually have a health bar. I don't remember how often it's a one-hit game for those or not. I genuinely do not recall. Because as I mentioned before, I've not really played any of them myself. Okay. It's a very tight space there, but I made it work. There we go, just keep them locked down. I swear if that was the last set, nope, there's more. But wait, there's more. Call now and receive 50% more ninjas than you could ever want to deal with. Oh, I need to hop up here. Okay. Stage 3-3. What's the boss of this stage like? Am I gonna have to fight the Statue of Liberty? No, I have to fight whatever this is. And its head's the weak point. Okay, it's actually kind of stun lockable, it seems. I feel like this boss should have been earlier in the game. Maybe that's just me. I shouldn't have committed. I got away with it, though. Hitting this last hit is proving to be a bit of a problem. So I think I see... There we go. I was gonna say, I think I see why this fight comes up when it does. It's because landing that hit is kind of a pain. But hey, first try. That was actually not that tough of a boss. We have one continue going into the round 4, which I'm pretty sure is the last round. I think this is just a 4-round game, from what I remember reading. Missed one ninja, but that's still recoverable. I want to get, like, a life out of this. I'm not setting my sights very high. Just 1 life game. Come on. 1 life out of this. Can you throw me a bone here? Okay, I missed 2 ninjas. That's still within getting 1 life. Okay. I got my wish. I got 1 life. Set your sights in a reasonable range and you'll get what you want. In the darkness. Oh no, there is another round. Unless that's just like the final boss over there or something. I could have swore this said it was only 4 rounds. But wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong. And it might also be that I'm thinking of one of the other Shinobi games, because I did consider a couple of them. But this was the shortest one based on how long to beat's listings. So I went for this one. And the main other one I saw, I know how that one goes, because I saw somebody else play through it. Okay, that's a dick move right there. That is such an awful move there. Having that guy that's on the lower platform shoot just above the lip of the platform, so he shoots you in the toe. if you take a second to deal with the guys on the platform with you up there. Absolutely awful. I want to get the ninja in play without getting shot. There we go. Get rid of him. Yep. God, that is so needlessly tight. Such a pain in my ass. Like, I'm sure there are people that are like, hell yeah, look at me having to make all this pixel perfect shit all the time. Woo. But it's just like, it starts to get to be a little too much sometimes. Thinking about it. I didn't want to get the power up yet, because I knew I was probably going to die. If that shield guy would just stay dead, this would also not be a problem anymore. I think we're gonna end up burning our continue just getting through this shit. And for those that are probably screaming at the screen, send the dog, send the dog. That would only work if the shield guy was out of the way, which it would have worked that time, but the ninja was back now for some reason. Which he wasn't... Was he there last time? I feel like he wasn't there. But I think sometimes I'm just hitting the triggers on the stage differently because of how I'm moving. Also doesn't help that the dog doesn't always go when I tell him to go, because I think I'm like a pixel out of range sometimes. And there's also not a lot of room on these platforms, nor do you have the best air control like I was talking about. I want to say ordinarily Shinobi gives you a double jump, but it's a very specific kind of annoying double jump. This one doesn't even seem to have that. And I say kind of annoying because it's that very precise one we've talked about in other things that have double jumps, where you have to hit it like right at the peak of your jump. It doesn't work otherwise. Which is why it tends to be referred to as a Shinobi double jump in other things. We take those because I can take both of them at once. That works. While he's tangled up with the dog, we'll deal with the other one first. There we go. That's what I was trying to do when I bumped the one that the dog had the first time, but I couldn't get the landing to work. Okay, that was something. I love how they're just sacrificing half their ninjas trying to get me and just dumping them in pits. Like, they easily could have landed those guys on the ground and still done the same thing they were trying to do, which is knock you into the hole by dropping a ninja on your head. This is upsetting. You straight up just can't see anything in the darkness. So you better hope there's nothing waiting for you in the dark. Fuck me. I saw him. He wasn't even hidden, but I'm like, I'm gonna be able to get that guy before the shield's thrown. It'll be fine. This is so fucked. I don't know why I thought... My own stupidity is my biggest weakness sometimes here. Because I'm like, I still need to close the gap immediately or I'm going to get shot somehow. And it's like, but no, you don't. Because he won't be able to shoot you until the dog gets knocked off of him. And I don't know how long that takes. That time I just jumped wrong. That one was just a bad jump. Good lord, this stage. Really? That one of those spinny guys finally hit me, huh? They spend so much time just not even attacking that I just forgot they could attack. This is also exactly why this is like, we try a few times, and then we leave it alone. Fucking hell. Well, so this would be third try. Yeah, this is last attempt. I had to think for a second because the last attempt went further than I expected it to with how some of it went. So I needed to wrap my head around exactly where we were at. But if we keep the trend of going a bit further each time alive, we will actually make it to the end on that attempt. And I did make some bad decisions in that last attempt because I thought the fourth round was going to be the end of it. So I moved on that logic. So figuring, you know, a little bit of risk to get to the fourth round, to get to the end made sense. Not realizing that that was not how that worked at all. But I gotta say, everything in the early bits now feels easy compared to what we were dealing with there. This is very much an anti-rushing game, too, but I rush anyway because that's my nature. We know that I rush things, especially when I shouldn't. Yeah, we learned that there's nothing back the other way in this stage, so I don't need to go running back. One of these guys drops a life. Yeah, this one. And then there's just this guy for some reason. I feel like there must be something else hidden somewhere. I just don't know where. And I would have figured up on that ledge where the random gunman was would have been a place that would make sense. We've proven that there are hidden items in this game, so I presume that there's a hidden item somewhere on every stage. Okay, that plan doesn't work. The run to the edge of the screen doesn't work because if he quakes and you're at the edge, it will actually target over there. Okay. Because the quakes are actually somewhat targeted. I got up too soon. Is this really gonna be where I fall apart? I'm gonna lose to this jack-off again? I hate it here. All because I end up with just, like, the worst timing. Please, fingers, stop being stupid. Wait until the thing is past the body to stand up. It's not a complicated concept. I'm fucked. What? Apparently I got between the rocks there? What? But how? What? Okay. So I guess there is actually space between the vertical rocks? I think I just didn't give this game credit for hitbox accuracy. Because I think I'm just too used to games where those rocks being within a country mile of me would make them count. I should have just stayed between those rocks, but I thought I could make it. I'm literally gonna burn a continue on the first boss again. This is the worst timeline. Yeah, but I'm getting annoyed now because, and I'm not even mad at the game, I'm actually genuinely just disappointed in myself for being stupid here. Because that's the only reason we're having trouble with this fight. All I have to do is just act the way I have on this fight before, where we have won repeatedly, and stop mucking with the working pattern here. There, he's dead. I just had to sacrifice to continue before my brain would work, I guess. Good lord. Let's see if we can make up for it with the bonus stages. It's just because we lost to continue doesn't mean we're out of this yet. Fucking immune son of a bitch. And now it's just leaking them through. What the fuck happened there? They jump through the same way. How do we get different results by doing the same thing? Like, is there just like a single pixel difference between where some of those went? Because there was a ton of them that I swear should have been hit. And that's not just oh, I should have hit them because I threw something at them. It's like, no, I watched that shuriken pass through the center of his body. He should be dead. This one specific spot, I think, might be the worst part of the early game. Is the whole rest of the stage is kind of a cakewalk. Getting past this stupid jump here just sucks. And also, I've realized I'm an idiot. Well, I'm an idiot for two reasons now. But that's the solution to that problem, and the thing is, I'm not in the frame of mind for the jumping from plane to plane thing still, even though I've been using it. Because not many games use that anymore, or even used it that much back then, so it's not like a mechanic that I'm always thinking of. And then there's the times where I throw too many shuriken and he just refuses to duck because I gotta keep throwing shuriken, you said throw 7 of them and I gotta make sure the 7th one goes out before I do anything else. What are you doing, working in a goddamn Amazon warehouse? Piss off with that. Just do what keeps you alive, not what I told you to. Like, sometimes I do in fact give bad directions, and I'm fine when they ignore the bad directions. They need to just listen to the ones that work. Want to buy heroes with selective hearing that are actually good at their job. There's the extra lives. There goes the dog into the sea again. Okay. So we made up some of the lost ground with the hidden item that we at least know exists. We just gotta make up more of that ground with the rest of this now, hopefully. Like, I'm still convinced that there's gotta be a reason this guy exists. But maybe not, because there's just, like, nothing around out here. Like, maybe he's just there to bypass you... I mean, to keep you from bypassing the other guy, I guess? Question mark? I don't know. Like, I'm still on the hunt for hidden items, because there's gotta be some, right? There's gotta be. I just don't know where. Because, you know, they wouldn't be very hidden if I knew where they were. Oh, found one. I think we found that last time, too, didn't we? That explains why this guy in particular exists. Over here, kill that guy, get the last hostage, and we're out of here clean and gained a life. This is why you never give up hope. Because there's always a chance you might actually manage to turn things around in your favor. Yep, as soon as I bumped him, I knew it was over. This fight is not hard, but sometimes he just spawns in the most awful spots. And then sometimes you just get freebies like that one. No. Oh wow, I can't believe I actually got that hit. Just die. Okay. Welcome to a bonus stage. Can I actually get more out of this? Because if I can just get more lives, we might actually be able to make up for the fact that I lost to continue by being able to just maintain. Because we still have the double life that comes out of the stage coming up. Not the stage itself coming up, but the section actually, no, it is the stage coming up. We already missed one, so I can't really afford to miss too many more if I can help it. And never mind, every time I fucking say that, I leak like 2 or 3 of them the second those words are uttered. Every time. And I don't know if we get... I don't know if we get lives for points or not. I've not been able to tell because I've been too busy doing everything in my power to not keep just hemorrhaging lives. Despite how it may seem sometimes with the way I'm playing. I am actually trying not to lose everything constantly here. Oh, you can actually kill him with regular shurikens. It just doesn't work very often, I guess. Huh. I guess you just need to get past his shield, and it's a pain to get past his shield. It's definitely more consistent just to hit him, though, as long as you can close the gap. Pop that guy. I'm gonna go get the life and then I'll come back for the guy on the ledge. Because I don't want to forget that the life is here. Or think I grabbed it already or something stupid like that. And you might think that that's a ridiculous statement, but we've seen that happen before. Where I forget something hasn't been collected because I collected it like 7 times. And it's the 8th time where I needed it and didn't collect it. Just killed them to make a point. I didn't have to at all. I really should be more willing to use my specials as well, since unless we're getting lives from points, I don't need to get the extra points from that. I really have no reason to care about points if it doesn't get me lives. But that little need to do the best I can with as little as possible still exists. No matter how stupid a thought process that may be sometimes. Especially when it leads to you not finishing the thing you're doing. But in this case, I think I will make an exception. Perish, demons! This way I can safely avoid the helicopter. Is that's like the killing section there for me. That is the part that kills me on this stage pretty consistently. So if I just cheat that one out, we don't need to worry about it. You see, we got through the stage first try now. Oh, because I don't get stuck on that part. There we go. We're up to the boss. Yes, yes, you've got your crazy pizza slicers. Oh no. It is actually, like, kind of tricky to land the hit. Am I really gonna start losing lives to this thing? The one we got first try, no problem? The answer is, of course I am, because that's just how things work around here. We all know how this goes. It's all because it's kind of annoying to land a hit on it. Because you have to get the just right height, but also get it past the pizza cutters. Somehow I keep, like, parting their hair and not having it count. I will say one thing, at least they don't throw more than one at any point, it seems. And I should not have uttered those cursed words. Okay, I don't know how that hit didn't count. I watched it ping off their forehead. Good night, ABC.
Hello there.
Hello and goodbye. Now is not the time to be spamming that, ABC. Don't make me time you out so that you will actually go to bed.
Meep, meep.
I have very little patience for those shenanigans right now. We've had enough trouble getting through this. I do not need you causing trouble. Yep, and I'm botching this whole thing. I don't even know why I'm bothering to throw any more of these stars at this point. There's already more of them have leaked through than I would get lives from, so it just doesn't even matter at this point. Yeah, no, this was the worst one. That, I think, might be sub 40, which is... Oh, no, we did at least get 41. I did pass 40, just not well enough. Sad days are here again. But we did make it to the fourth stage. With more continues this time. Now just to go back to this nightmare. I jumped at the wrong time. I'm getting aggravated, which doesn't help. Which we knew that already based on how I was reacting to the first boss being an issue spontaneously. And that's what started the whole tilt that I'm on right now, is the fact that I had so much trouble for no good reason with the first boss. This bit is still really fucking stupid. So I can't get this guy to even throw a shield without the other guy getting ready to murder me. So you know what? Hell with it. Bypass the problem spot. Yeah, and I got a power up to kill you with this time, you little bastard. Oh, he's gonna be down for a little bit, but that's okay. Not even down for long, apparently. I've only seen it happen in testing that the dog stays down for more than literally a couple frames, so it's interesting that that's even a mechanic. I knew I was getting hit there. I could feel it in my bones. Fuck's sake. Like, it's just the most annoying thing, because, like, what was I supposed to do there? Genuinely, I don't think there was any kind of counterplay I could have done to that situation, other than not be there to begin with when he jumped. But the expectation was there that he was going to be dead, because he should have died with the rest of them. Because a projectile should have hit him. But instead, I lost because he just didn't die with the rest of them. And now I'm off kilter again. So now it's all falling apart. This is why we can't have nice things. Because sequences like these exist. Where I keep jumping into a bullet because I keep trying to just quick kill him like I've done 7 or 8 times before, and it usually works. But I'm 1 frame different now, so I die. Like, I know y'all aren't here for me to just be upset and complaining, but this is the way some of these old things go. This is why there's a lot of the types of games that I avoid. Because they end up like this. And I can't even, like, call bad game design on these, because they're genuinely not bad. They're just for a very specific audience, I think. And I am not that audience. If that bullet still goes and I die anyway, I'm gonna be very angry. Thank you. Yes, because God forbid any of my shots count. I feel like I'm playing a goddamn multiplayer shooter right now where half my bullets just don't count. Is somebody has ass ping and is just invincible when they feel like being. Which is also why I don't play those, by the way. Is I cannot stand when I just get robbed randomly by bullshit like that. Among a variety of other problems with that type of thing, but that's one of the big ones. Is I know I shouldn't be upset about things beyond my control, but it's the fact that I have no control over that happening that actually is what makes it frustrating. It's like, okay, see, that one was my fault, because I jumped towards him knowing full well he was going to roll forward and potentially knock me away. But when we have a limited amount of lives and a lot of them are being lost to things beyond my control, what choice do I have other than to get frustrated at that point? Because I'm going to end up having to start this over because of things out of my control. And how does that even kill you? He's hitting me in the head with his foot. Because his sword isn't even gonna make it there based on the way his animation works. But no, I die. Because reasons. Just can't stand this sometimes. And in some ways, I suppose the frustration stems from the fact that it reminds me of a lot of other things that I'm not going to get into here because of the fact that that's going to lead to a conversation that I don't think we need to have in this venue. I suppose I should be thankful I at least haven't gotten knocked into the hole by the guys getting sent down the pit. Why can't I land that jump anymore? Why have I lost the ability to do that jump? Explain, hands. Explain. Oh, what's wrong now? You've clearly done it before. Why can't you do it now? Is it because you've learned that that's a problem? Now you just assume that that's gonna happen every time? Because honestly, yeah, that checks. Not like it's gonna matter because we're not gonna have any lives to get any further than this at this rate. Remember when I said not to give up hope? Yeah, I'm really considering the idea of giving up hope right about now. It's starting to seem like the answer is give up hope, because we've suddenly just lost the ability to make forward progress again. I think he might not be... Oh no, he's getting hit. I thought the guy on the left wasn't in existence enough yet that he was gonna be hit by the tornadoes. Okay, I did land that. I was real worried I jumped too early. Now we can deal with that guy, so he's not our problem. Get rid of the gold ninja. Get out of the way of that one this time. And this is exactly why I said it was a fail state when he managed to jump before, because you'll notice even if I escape him on the first jump, you're just in a disadvantage the entire way against him as soon as he gets airborne. Because we don't have a vertical attack. God forbid I have control over my sword and be able to just swing it when I want to. And you may be wondering, why are you angry about that? Well, I'm angry because I just wasted a thing now. But what I was gonna say is, there doesn't need to be a context-sensitive input there. We are admittedly using all of the buttons, because I was gonna say we're not using one of the buttons, but I forgot that the special even existed in that moment because I'm getting out of sorts at this point. Is here on the third try getting to this area and just getting fucked again. Really not doing me any favors right now. And thinking about it now, because we can't use a hold to send the dog. Now I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing enough, because I will freely admit I basically have given up on this attempt, and we're just gonna move on to the next game at this point. Because I just cannot go through this all again. I just don't have it in me right now to redo this entire game. Even though this game's not that long, it is just enough repetition to be driving me up the wall. As soon as I repeat these things, you'll notice I start making different mistakes, and then it just all starts to come apart. And that's why I'm so opposed to repetition. Because I know it is a weakness of mine. Among other things. Like, every other explanation I've given for that has been a genuine explanation as well. But that is another layer of the explanation. Oh, that's a surprise message to see. Deal with that in a minute. But this is eSWAT. You'll have seen me play this once upon a time as well. And we got stuck, I think, like 3 stages in because I couldn't figure out what to do. Like, I genuinely just didn't even know where to go. And I'm kind of hoping that it'll work out. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping that just the amount of time that's passed, I will suddenly understand the assignment better. We'll see. But hey, you know what this guy can do that Shinobi can't do? Shoot vertically. And we actually have a health bar in this game. Not much of one, admittedly. But we at least have a health bar. So that should help. But as you can see, we got a lot of criminals and a lot of criminals with robots to deal with. And we're dealing with them the only way we know how, by shooting them. Okay, I guess an L up, I guess, was an extra life? I thought it was a life up, but seems like that's not the case because we still only have 4 hits. Unless you needed to have a certain amount of health to have it increase your life, which would be stupid, but entirely believable. I wanted to get rid of that guy again. Forgetting that that's not going to work in our favor. Unless I can jump up there? No. Okay. Because you don't seem to be able to do your high jump and do any horizontal jump. So, plan doesn't work. I need to just accept the way this is laid out, I guess. Oh wait, no, he's not there now. So it did work. That, I guess, is a max life? Is this an M, but it healed us? And now our first boss, a helicopter again. Now it's gonna shoot at us a little bit. I don't know why it does that extra 4th bullet there. Probably to catch somebody out if they tried to swap back over to the other side after they saw the other bullets go through. That would make sense. Got some good damage there. I don't know how many hits this thing takes. The answer is that many. We did it. It explode. Do my dance. That's one stage down. Now we're going after whatever that guy is. This was the stage I got stuck on, because I couldn't figure out how to proceed in this stage. Because you're jumping like in and out of these prison cells, because this is apparently like a jailbreak. And I think I just got confused based on where I needed to jump into at one point. Or there was like an elevator that wasn't spawning that was supposed to, or something along them lines. So I feel like we did actually get an answer for what we were supposed to do, because I think I looked it up and then I just was done with the game at that point. Thankfully, we don't actually need those platforms to move around. This just seems like a death trap to hop into. In we go. I guess that purple arm they have is like a robot arm that gives them enhanced strength. So do I need to clear all the prisoners on each floor, and that's maybe where I was getting confused? Because I think I was avoiding some conflict when I was playing this before, so that might be the problem. Let's see if there's anything to the left now or something. I don't know, these guys seem to respawn, so maybe clearing them out isn't the answer. So what am I supposed to do? Or maybe I'm supposed to get on that platform now that I did that? Question mark? Because there is a platform still. Maybe the platform will lift me up now, for some reason. Because like it's got all these tracks, so maybe I do have control over it. I do. Yep. I think this was the problem. I think realizing I could move it up was the issue. Because I think we did end up, like, getting a solution to the problem, but then I ended up dying, and I just didn't want to redo it at the time. That sounds like me. We've got 2 buttons that jump, by the way. So we're pretty safe as far as jumping goes. Just shooting is only 1 button. So if we end up having anything that's like you have to press multiple buttons to do something, remember that. Doesn't look like I can go in there because it doesn't say go here. So where's our entrance on this floor? Probably at the other end past all of these guys. No, there doesn't seem to be an entrance on this floor at all. I'm so glad I had so much of a way to avoid those lasers, by the way. Real neat. It says go, but I don't seem to be able to land in there. So what I think I have to do is I think I have to find a way to go inside and then go down to that floor and go through that doorway. I think that's how we get out of the stage. And that, I think, might be the piece I was missing last time to finish this stage. Was not figuring out where the door was. Let's be centered on this so we can actually deal with the laser guys. Or there just won't be anywhere I went this time. Okay. I can live with that. Yeah, I'm not really surprised that this comes down to a, oh yeah, I genuinely did just have a weirdly blind moment where I just didn't realize what I was supposed to be doing here at all. Though I think this was later on in the set I did at the time, so I was already like tired and didn't know what the hell I was looking at anymore. That's not to say I'm not already tired today, considering we're nearly 3 hours in and Shinobi was definitely destroying me. Which, if anybody's concerned about that, don't worry. I will say I am feeling better now that we've stepped away from that. And I wasn't even that upset. I was just getting frustrated with myself a bit there. Which, you know, we've been there plenty of times. There's nothing to worry about there. Okay, I assume we just go back to the left again now, and then we drop down one more time, and then we go to the right, and we're out of here, probably. I think it was just that simple the whole time. Nothing new there, though. We've already talked about that. In more positive things to talk about, I am probably going to be unveiling a new emote soon, because I got an idea for one during Abiotic yesterday. Based on some of the conversation that was happening during that.
Hello there.
Hey, Callista, how's it going? Okay, we got 2 big guys. Clear them out. Another big guy. Ironically enough, these big guys seem less threatening than the gunmen. And yeah, there we go. We're out of here. Oh. I see the bit now. I see the bit. So, since I fell down, I gotta do all of that again. I saw the go, and I'm like, oh, I just walked through. I guess if I fall down there, I end up where I'm supposed to be. No, you fall down there, you start over. But yeah, the only thing that's gonna make that emote take any amount of time that I was getting ready to talk about before I got distracted by that, by the way, is just gonna be a matter of when I actually get around to making it. I intend to make it tomorrow, but at the rate I've been not actually finishing art projects I'm starting, we'll see whether I actually get that in and done tomorrow or not. The art flow has been mixed lately again, so we'll see. And a reminder, in case anybody was getting confused, the Clearathon is not starting next week. It will be the week after, to give myself time to pick stuff out. And we may very well skip next week's short run Saturday to give me additional room for games to use for the clearathon. And I know that may sound a little bit like cheating, but let's be real here. There's a lot of games out there, but there's only so many that are reasonable to get through. I mean, today should be a perfect example of what I'm talking about with that, based on how we just kind of flew through Bonkers and then got destroyed by Shadow Dancer. So I've got to make sure that I have a viable path, essentially, to get through the clearathon, while still being difficult enough to keep it interesting for y'all. So that's why I'm gonna skip a short run Saturday. I debated skipping today's because it was a multi-game day today, but I looked at the list I had and decided now it would be fine to go ahead and do it the way I'm doing it. Oh, there's conveyor belts. Oh no. Ah, okay. Get back up there. Why am I getting, like, so many Discord messages suddenly? Like, everybody and their mother is messaging me now for some reason. Is it really that simple? Okay, no, it was just that simple to get over here. Then we have to fight a boss. Oh wait, no, we did fight this. I remember now, because I remember getting my ass kicked by this and being like, what the hell are you supposed to do to get through this? Like, they at least give you a life here, like not an extra life, but like a full heal. I could not words there for a second in case people are like, why did you trip over that so bad? For some reason, I wanted to say life extension even though that was incorrect, and that's why I was having a moment there. Oh, I think I figured out the key to this. Only one of them shoots low at a time, it seems, so as long as I just keep spam firing at the one that's shooting low, it's actually just free. Oh, but they're not dead yet. Okay. Because I didn't realize I could shoot their projectiles at any point, I don't think. One down. And two down. Wow. Completed. You know, I don't feel any better about having just cleared that so easily either. Oh, we got an upgrade. We have armor now. Because that's apparently part of this, is you're gaining promotions as you go. And your promotions grant you better gear. So now we've got an armor suit with a cannon on it. And more health. We still haven't seen any of the other items yet, though. So I'm assuming we start seeing them now that we've got our suit, probably. That would make sense. Though it would have made equal sense to have us actually have other things to begin with. How do I switch my weapons? Aha! Plasma cannon, I'm assuming. Rocket launcher. It's interesting that your second jump button turns into a weapon swap once you're in the suit. And we died right in front of a 1-up. What a tragedy. And you lose the weapon you're equipped with when you die, it seems, so that's upsetting. I see a burner health bar up there. I'm wondering if I need to get there fast enough for them not to destroy it, or is that, like, the boss health bar? If so, why is it there already? I am confused. Sound this is making is reminding me of something else, and I cannot think of what right now. Like, at the end of the day, it probably should remind me of multiple things. There's another game in particular that's just... It definitely reminds me of with that noise that it's making. The... I feel like it's a damage noise in something else, and I just cannot think of what off the top of my head right now. Super. Ah, just super shot, I guess. Like, just a triple shot, I guess? Life up, there we go. So life ups are heals, M's are max healths, I guess. Not too bad so far. We're getting through this. And this game is supposedly only like an hour long to get through, so as long as we can actually keep on and we should actually be seeing the end of this one before too long. Why can't I get up there? Hello? Oh! That's what the burner meter is. This thing has a jetpack on it. And I realized that in time to die. And there goes our super shot. Well... Okay, the flame is using my burner and uses a lot of it, but it's a screen clear. Okay. Real shame that I wasted my screen clear on one guy, but we learned. We learned real quick how that works, and it does recharge, so it's not like the end of the world that I used that up. Because at least I don't have to like get a specific pickup to recharge it. Though, oh no, we did lose the ability on the bar though. So I guess we do have to get the pickup again in order to be able to use the flame. But we can still use our jetpack again. Ah, that's the trick for the rockets. They follow the ground. Okay. And we have no iframes, apparently. We're gonna be finding out how continues work here real soon, which if you can't continue, that might be why I dropped this the way I did too. I don't remember why I just bailed out of this, because I thought I knew the answer to that question, but clearly my memory was wrong, since we had solved the mystery of how to get to where we got to beat that last boss. Because I genuinely thought I just never got past the climbing bit in that other stage. But I must have, because I do remember fighting that other boss that we just fought. There we go. Get our super shot back, though we don't have much health, so maybe I shouldn't use the super shot. But then again, we also have no lives left, so why am I even worrying about losing my weapon at this point? It's not like it'll matter. If I die, I lose everything. So, smoke them if you got them. This way I can smoke my enemies. Yeah, I kind of expected to get hit there. But thankfully we had healed before that, so we're fine. We actually made it. To presumably the boss fight for this part? Looks like some kind of rocket getting ready to launch. How do I hurt you? Ah, when your shield's away, I can hurt you. Okay. Oh, but that does 2 hits of damage. Okay. We did gain a life on our way there, though, so we are actually okay. With the way he's fighting, I think the plasma cannon might actually be a winning move here. Is by the time he's hittable, we can hit him with a fully charged plasma shot. Oh, except getting hit takes away our plasma, so maybe not. And we're dead. I went to use fire on him. Okay, we do have continues, but there are limited continues to this too. That's upsetting. But we know how this segment works now, so we should be okay. And we have a full complement of lives instead of the partial. Surprisingly, we actually got to keep the weapons we picked up. Except But no, we kept even the plasma cannon that I died with, so interesting. Ironically enough, using a continue is more generous than a regular death. The fuck does that... What? Huh. I don't know what to do with that information. And to put it honestly, that is alien to how games usually work. Usually you get punished for using a continue, not rewarded? Like, I don't want to say rewarded because you're just not punished, but that's basically a reward. Or with the way a lot of games work. There we go, we have all of our weapons again. Only to end up using probably only like 2 of them. Safe up. These little guys that hop around and blow up the other containers to free their friends upset me greatly. I'm also confused why they're in those explosive containers to begin with. And how they're not vaporized when those containers explode. So I guess maybe those are like explosion-proof suits and they use those containers like Trojan horses to enter the factory we're in here. So all these guys have like hazmat suits on to begin with, so I don't know if we're just like in an illegal factory or what we're doing here. I don't know what's going on. I also should have been using a better weapon than just regular shot, but I was just kind of walking along after a bit there, just like doop-de-doo, everything's fine. I've gotten away with this for so long now. I could just do this, whee, and then I died. Because I could not, in fact, keep getting away with this. Wow, I got hit so much there this time. Okay, the super shot doesn't have enough width to get at him. I did not mean to use that. I incorrectly cycled. I do like that your extra life icon down there actually changes color as you change color. Or when you're spinning. That's actually a nice touch. Again, I say this every time, but it's always the little things. The little things make such a difference. As one who spent a lot of his life as a little thing. I wish I could say that was a joke. But I have always been small and I will remain small. And I accept this into my life. There we go. How about I actually dodge bullets for a change? That sounds like a great idea. I think trying to go for the fire idea might be a good play. Because I'm assuming we're going to be invincible when we're spinning. I don't know if this is working, but it's an upsetting noise. I don't know if he's, like, blocking those or not. Oh, I didn't have enough health to take more than one hit, so I just wasted my fire. Sometimes I wonder just where my head's at. Like, he doesn't seem particularly difficult to deal with. Oh, the jetpack lets me stay in the air longer than I thought, too. So that's probably meant to be the counterplay to this guy, then, is jetpacking away from his shots. Except that shield takes up so damn much room. What do you do when you don't have any burner left to dodge that? And I'm running out of weapons now. I don't really know why this has weapon loss to begin with. It seems kind of stupid. And the fact that this guy can shoot me from off screen is just nasty. Just look at that. I can't actually clear the shield with a jump. And since he's just spamming regular shots at the same time, what are you supposed to do against this jackass here? I don't understand. And rockets, I'm pretty sure, are useless here because they follow the ground and he's not on the ground enough. Like, I think I genuinely do have to, like, rocket hop, but what do you do when your burner runs out at that point? Because eventually your burner is gonna run out. Especially when it doesn't listen to me and drop back down in time. And there's also just the chip damage from all the bullets, too. Because you can't avoid everything. Like, I'm sure there's somebody out there that will immediately be like, well, no, you can avoid everything. I get it. So, bear in mind, when I say things like that, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually physically impossible. It's just not really reasonable to do, is more what I actually mean. But it doesn't roll off the tongue nearly as well to be like, this is unreasonable to try to expect you to do this exact thing. And there's, of course, the extra added layer that we just ran into a couple times there of, hey, hope you enjoy contact damage, because he's gonna just bump into you sometimes, too. Because he's constantly trying to stay on the other side of you, it looks like. Which I don't really know why that matters, but apparently to him it does. And we're gonna die again, because I just cannot keep up with the amount of shit he's spewing all over the screen. Like, I think if I can get there with a decent weapon, I think I can take him, but he is just a nightmare. And I'm wondering, because I assume there's gonna be like 2 stages of wearing this, and then we get to E-SWAT rank probably, so there's probably like a 6-stage game, I would assume, something like that. Probably like 2 stages of each rank. Maybe 3 of the last rank or something, I don't know. I actually almost wish, though, that we didn't have a checkpoint at that boss in this game, if I'm honest. And that's a weird thing for me to say, I know, because usually I'm like, why is there no checkpoint? In this particular case, the checkpoint actually hurts you rather than helping you. So it would actually rather there not be a checkpoint there. And you might be thinking, like, wow, the bullet pattern from that boss is not actually that bad. And you're right. The bullet pattern itself is not horrendous, but with the way this suit controls, that bullet pattern is way harder than it otherwise would be. And I'm sure part of it is I'm not controlling the suit well enough. Like, I'm sure there's a I am the problem element to it. I can pretty much guarantee you that. But that doesn't mean I'm happy about how this all is working. Because I do think this whole segment could control so much better. Like, hell, they could have even made this a flying battle. And actually, like, let you fly around more. And that would have been interesting. Instead of the, like, half-assery that seems to be on display here. And maybe they do intend you to fly around in this fight more. But I can't always get the jetpack to do what I want because that burner meter is so fucking short. Like, I know it looks like there's a decent amount of meter there, but you saw, I flew for like 2 seconds and the meter was empty. And now we're back in the shit sandwich situation we were before, where I have to basic shot him to death. Or try to get a fire shot off on him. But if I'm using the burner to avoid him, I can't really expect to use fire now, can I? Oh wait, no, it used the yellow this time. If I hadn't ended up switching to the stupid fucking rocket launcher that's useless trash, maybe I would have actually killed him. But I had to quickly cycle, so I expected to have gotten to the thing I wanted. But I think it overrode when I cycled with the auto cycle it did. So I got the short end of the stick there. he should not... Like, if he's trying to stay to the left of me, he should never path any further to the right than where he is right now. And yet here he is getting all up in my space, meaning I have no room to dodge. Because, you know, that's fair, right? That's fair and balanced gameplay. Hang on. I'm going to look up this fight and see if I'm just doing something wrong. Because I feel like I have to be doing something wrong at this point. Because this fight is otherwise just absolute garbage. Okay, there's no moves I'm missing. That was one thing I was kind of worried about. This also is a good idea for me to check how many missions there are. There's slightly more missions than I thought. Because there's actually, it looks like 8? Yeah, there's 8 missions. We are on stage 3, I think, right now? Yeah. Oh, okay, so the missiles do work. And apparently, there is actually like a stupid simple solution to this. I just didn't understand how to use the jetpack well enough to enact the simple solution. Because apparently you can just hover freely, which I didn't realize. Because you could just do this, which I did see this gap in his attacks, but I didn't realize it costs like no fuel to hover. So I wasted all of those lives for nothing. All because the information available was unclear. Because the jetpack is just like so abrupt when you move at all. And now we can't use the burner at all. Which that was mentioned in the guide as well, is that this is a disadvantaged stage because you have no burner. Which, joke's on them, I didn't even use the burner when I had it. So, this is fine. Oh no. I see why it matters that you have no burner now, because there's goo approaching from all sides. So I guess this is just like a running stage of sorts. But thankfully you can push the goo back, which is actually really nice of them to do that. Okay, these guys are only damageable at certain points. I'm glad I have the rocket launcher for this bit, because actually I think we'd be in trouble without it. What the fuck do I do with this thing, though? It doesn't seem to... Okay, it just... I guess it just takes its fill and then moves? I don't understand. I don't understand what I did differently to get it to move out of my way. Okay, now we're being lifted up by the... Oh, it just starts randomly spewing goo at me, I guess. Okay. Would have loved to have had any warning about that one game. Like, there's some real question marks on this one. Some of the question marks have been solved by actually just understanding how things work a little bit better, so I'll accept the last fight being a problem was on me. But at the same time, I don't think that you were necessarily intended to hover at a diagonal spot and just be unhittable either. I feel like that couldn't be intended design entirely. Oh, I think I understand the assignment here now, actually. But I keep getting hit by it, is why it keeps going back. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Because the idea there is you need to push it away from you so it springs back, I think. But you need to not have it run into you when it springs back. But the lack of iframes in this game is also just a default issue. That is something that absolutely just doesn't need to be a thing. Looks like I don't know, I can't stay there. Okay. What the fuck are you supposed to do about the slime bullets from literally everywhere then? Because it doesn't seem like you could shoot them. Because even if you could actually damage them, the angles they come in at seem very bad for the weapons we have. Like, not even bad that they'd be difficult, bad that I think it might be, like, nearly impossible unless you're just spam firing and hoping for the best. And with the shot rate we have, I don't think you'd actually be able to clear enough of them to make a meaningful impact there. Unless, I guess, maybe, like, leaving a bunch of rockets across the floor would block them, perhaps? That might work. I don't know if it would work, but it's a possibility. Because this stage does seem, like, very heavily designed with the rocket in mind. Since I don't have any burner, I'm stuck making a really awkward jump there. But I forgot that the suit has high jump of its own. Like, it's a really neat idea for a stage here. I just don't think this section here was thought out well enough. Okay, yeah, I can't even keep the rockets on the ledge there. So I just have to kind of hope I know where the shots are gonna be. Because they don't seem to be aimed at me particularly. So it kind of turns into a memorization game almost. But what do you do about the ones that just pop up at your feet? Like, what do you do? The answer, it seems to be just die, which doesn't help. Like, I'm assuming there's a clear misunderstanding on my part again there, and I just am missing a piece of information. And it may just be that today may not have been, like, the right headspace day for a short run Saturday entirely, despite the fact that it got off to a good start. It may also just be that these were maybe not the best game choices, but I also went into it acknowledging that this was going to be a rough one. So hard to say, really, whether this was just bad decision or calculated risk. We have more health than we ever have for this section. Can I actually get through it finally? Because, like, staying ducked does seem like the best call here. Just because you at least avoid the high shots. But, like, there's nothing really to do here other than just wait it out. So I'm assuming the idea here is I have to wait till it reaches the top and then I can leave. Yep, now it just recedes for some reason. Like, that was definitely a, you're just trapped in there seemingly arbitrarily, because I could have just jumped up there and left. Like, sure, the goo was flowing there, but, like, why did the goo even leave? It had me trapped there. Okay. And I'm assuming there's no burner allowed because I would probably blow this place sky high if I lit off the burner. Yeah, these make platforms. I kind of figured, but For some reason, brain just didn't fully kick in on that one at the time. What the fuck? That is so many shots in quick succession. Again, proving why this game not having iframes is a terrible fucking idea. I hate this rocket launcher so much. And it's not often I say I don't like a rocket launcher, but this one only allowing 2 projectiles on screen literally is why we died there. Now wait a minute though, our rocket launcher's gone, so how do I get through those doors now? Is when we tried regular shots on them, it just didn't work. Or do they just take like an asinine amount of regular shots? It's either that or we're just genuinely hooped, which would be funny but also very upsetting. Okay, no, it just takes a bunch of shots, okay. I guess I just did not do the required amount of shots to it before. Alright, we're making progress. This is definitely harder to do without rockets, because these guys take a lot of hits, and both of these are encroaching very rapidly. And hitting this thing without rockets is going to be the issue. But I guess I could creep under it when it goes really high. I'd be, there we go, much more comfortable if it was dead. This goo is approaching so fucking fast now. And these guys don't activate till you get really close. So you're... What are you supposed to do there? I can't shoot fast enough to do both of those. Like, it's not even a matter of I can't mash fast enough. There's literally a shot on screen limit that I can't bypass. Like, even when I'm close to an enemy, I cannot shoot that fast. And obviously the answer at the end of the day is probably don't have lost the rocket launcher, but that's not a helpful answer when you can't get anything in here. Like, there are no power-ups in here. They start you with the rocket launcher and you're expected to not lose it. But, you know, expecting me not to lose it is reasonable, but when they give me all of this shit to deal with, maybe it's not as reasonable. Like, at the very least, have these guys, like, activate a little further away would have been very fair. Or maybe not have the goo encroach quite so quickly in this segment. Because you get, like, absolutely no breathing space here. Like, if you make a mistake at all, you're hosed here. Which, don't get me wrong, is probably accurate to how a situation like this would be playing out, but sometimes accuracy isn't the fun way to do things. Look at that, I just lost, like, all my health to this stupid fucking goo pile. All because it encroaches so fucking quick. Oh, thank God there's healing here. And we have Burner again. Oh my God. Now just time to fight the boss with no lives. Okay, I gotta hit it in the top. Pew, 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 pew. Wait, is this really the whole fight? Okay, no, I do have to hit each of the lights. I kind of figured. Stay here till that guy's gone. Watch your eyes when the thing itself is flashing. I'm sure it's not going to be like an epilepsy problem, but it definitely might hurt the eyes a little bit if you stare at it as it's flickering like that. If it's even flashing as much for you guys, which it might not be. I'ma die here, probably. Because trying to get at the low shot there is going to be the problem. Yep, and I also got stuck. Because something y'all may not understand about how that jetpack works is sometimes when you input a direction, it just doesn't move you. And I don't really have an answer other than it just doesn't. Why it doesn't send you anywhere. I think what we'll do is we'll give it one more try, because now that we know how to get past that boss, I think we'll actually be pretty well off. Because a lot of the fights in this game really aren't that bad. It's just that one boss at face value was disgusting. Which, same case was for the prison boss too, so I think this just is a game with patterns that really should have been thought through a little bit better, that are incredibly breakable as well. Which the argument could be made that maybe that counts as part of why they should have been thought through a bit better. Like, both in a favorable to the game and a favorable to the player scenario. And also, maybe they should have sent their officer here out with backup instead of sending him out here by himself to face off against all this shit. Oh, fuck's sake. Now I'm just gonna botch this. We're in the same scenario again of, hey, it's time to make weird mistakes in a segment you've already done better at. Okay, at least I made it past there now. Like, I just could not time that for some reason this time. That was entirely me. I just hit the wrong button. I thought I pressed the shot button, forgetting that 2 of the buttons are jump and only 1 of them is shoot. And I don't have a suit to switch weapons on anymore, so the button I ended up hitting, which was jump, was in fact just jump. You know, in hindsight, I've basically chosen to play 2 very similar games back to back now that I really give this more thought. Because they're both fairly methodical, crawl through the field, fighting a lot of nonsense with a ranged weapon. Because you don't have much leeway to do anything else. Okay, I did hit him. That's fine, I'll take that hit. Getting hit there is less of a fine scenario, but it's workable. Because we'll get a max health here, and then we fight the boss. Which we could die here, because I died in testing to this helicopter because of contact damage. Shock and horror, I know, me dying to contact damage. That never happens. You know, ignoring the fact that contact damage, if we went through, probably would be the thing that killed me literally the most in every game ever. There he is. There we go.
Mission complete.
It's very silly that that's a helicopter with legs. Like, not that it's a silly idea to have a helicopter have legs, it's the fact that the helicopter with legs just has those tiny legs. It doesn't have, like, legs that would extend further to be maybe useful for terrain management or anything. No, it just gets stumpy little legs. See, I did the smart thing this time where I make fun of him after I killed him so that he can't kill me for making fun of him. You know what would have been great for this prison break situation? The fancy armor I was wearing in the next stage. Or will be wearing, I guess, is the more correct statement to make there. Because it was simultaneously was and will be, so it's a weird situation as far as that goes. Time is a funny thing. On the bright side, this stage is actually like super easy now that we know how it goes. So we shouldn't waste a continue here. We might end up dying to the boss just because I may like miss a bullet. And that seems to be like enough to put you in a bad spot against that fight. But just think, if they didn't tie our health bar to our promotions, we might actually handle these crimes better. But that sounds like the police department of this universe being managed properly, and that, you know, that just wouldn't happen. That's not how any of this works. It's actually kind of funny how entire swaths of this stage don't matter. Like, that entire lower section of this stage doesn't matter. It literally just doesn't even need to exist. Because you don't even go across the bottom of this stage at all. Don't need that max health considering I'm already at full health. Yeah, in hindsight, I really should have assumed that there was going to be like a super breakable angle for that fight that I was having trouble with. Just because of how this fight works, for example. The fact that you can just completely bullshit it by just crouching and firing wildly. But, you know, hindsight is 20/20 and all that. Behold, our fancy armor that really seems to get me in trouble more than it helps me. Though it does at least allow us to have a couple more hits, so, you know, we got that going for us. Just also makes our hitbox a bit bigger. Why didn't I get a rocket launcher this time? I killed the guy that drops the rocket launcher. Why didn't I get a rocket launcher? I guess since I doubted the rocket launcher so much, they're like, fine, you just don't get one then. Fine, no rockets for you. Meh. Which, you know, that's actually going to be a problem because we need the rocket launcher for the boss fight. So I think I might actually tank a death here. And once I grab this... Because we're in a life loop at this part anyway, so dying here genuinely doesn't matter. But now I have the super shot to make our life a little easier once we get past the regular soldier squad here. Because it destroys all this other stuff so much easier. There we go, there's the rocket launcher. Oh, interesting. It somehow hits him, too. Not really sure how that angle works, but we'll take it. Give me that. I don't even know why I jumped up there to grab another copy of the same weapon I already have. And, you know, maybe you shouldn't have strewn all my gear across this very dangerous refinery, power plant, factory, whatever the hell this is, that's under attack. You know, maybe just maybe, not put all of someone's vital equipment all over the field. Maybe actually give it to him. Your tax dollars it works, ladies and gentlemen. To airdrop all of my gear across the battlefield instead of giving it to me. Why is it... What? I don't understand why the jetpack hover was just dropping on me. It's working fine now, but it doesn't matter because I don't have the rocket launcher anymore. I mean, I guess I can do this, just kind of like duck up and down. Except for some reason, oh, not for some reason, for an actual reason, my jetpack ran out. Dog shit mechanic. Dog shit mechanic. It's like, this is like the worst jetpack I think I've had to work with ever. It is the most inefficient thing in terms of its fuel. Yep, and we're dead again. Like, the fact that we die so easily to this guy is disgusting. Like, it is a 3-hit fight. But he takes... I didn't count how many hits, but too many. Like, I will remain justifiably angry at how stupid this fight is. If anything, it's actually made worse by the fact that you can cheese it out so hard with the rocket launcher, not better. Yeah, even hitting him with that, it just doesn't matter. I literally have to burn an entire continue to get out of this shit loop to go get the weapon I need to kill him. Because this burner is garbage. Yes, just have him just randomly judder his mech forward too. Why not? Like, I just don't know why they thought some of these design decisions made sense. Like, not even that they thought these were good, because I don't even know if the people who made this thought some of these decisions were good. I think they just thought that this worked and called it good enough for some of these. This is another one of those scenarios where I'm just genuinely trying to understand the thought process behind thinking some of these were workable design decisions. But again, for all that people try to pretend that game development now is such a problem because there's so much crunch and everything, there were plenty of rush jobs and shit jobs even at the beginning of everything. There are plenty of examples of that around. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen the bad take of crunches become so bad and everything. It's like, no, it's always been a problem. It has genuinely always been a problem. Always has been, probably always will be. Until they stop rewarding greed over anything else. I did not want to cycle to the flame, but it's not gonna matter anyway. Oh, right, the max health thing's not here, because why would that be here? Which, actually, that's a good question. Why isn't the max hit point thing here? Did it blow up? Do I lose access to it when I use the fire? Like, why is it not there? I didn't collect it yet, because we're on a continue, so it shouldn't have been used. I should probably just take a death here, just so I don't risk losing the rocket launcher because I, like, make a bad slip-up. So I only have 1 hit point. The plasma cannon does seem like it would be an alternative answer to this fight, though, because you can shoot through his shield with it. You just have to be in front of him, which is just a bad idea. There we go, it's working now. I think it may have been the controller being an issue. I think it wasn't actually counting the hold properly. He also takes, like, so few rockets to kill, which keeps boggling my mind. But I think the reason why the rockets are as effective as they are is we have already seen them hit enemies multiple times. So I think that's what's happening there, is it's hitting him like 4 or 5 times per contact. So it's just killing way faster. Let's actually save our super shot for the boss fight. The super shot should make the boss fight a lot less of an issue. So trying to avoid using it is going to mean that I end up cycling incorrectly a bunch when I'm trying to cycle to rockets, like right now, for example. Also, that one was pressing against me and didn't end up dealing damage, which is bizarre. Oh wait, no, this is the segment where I have no answers here. I just have to hope for the best. But at least we got here with full health for a change, so we should be able to handle. And I seem to be getting good RNG somewhat here. I shouldn't have said a fucking word because I lost half my health as soon as I said that, but it's fine. Still the best we've done as far as that goes, because we didn't burn any lives getting through there this time. And we know the assignment here, so I don't have to worry about losing lives or health to this nonsense. The fact that you can bump into it and knock it down, I'm assuming is to teach you that they can be knocked down, in addition to the fact that they shake. Yeah, those things are going to be the thing that might kill me. Yeah, because it was aligned just right, so I just got shredded. But that's fine. We don't lose any weapons because I had all of my weapons put away. And we can go through this with full health now. Like, there's only so much I can be stymied before I start getting frustrated. But as soon as I start breaking through again, the frustration really does just wash right off. For the most part. There are times where the frustration will linger because there are decisions involved that I'm just like, why the fuck was this even greenlit as an option? Like, what a maroon thought this was a good idea? Yeah, this I think might be a good spot for the super shots as well. Just so it doesn't end up as tight as it was when we did this before. I don't know why there's a vertical gap here. I swear it would only really be there to fuck with you. Because there's not like anything useful happens there. It just makes you stand up if you're not holding down the whole time. There's all the health. Yeah, the red M gives us our burner. Alright. So now that we know how this fight works, let's try to break this bottom one as fast as we can. Oh boy. Trying to do that might have been a mistake. You know what? I just had a hindsight moment again, and I should have considered that right off the top. Rocket launcher hits the bottom just fine. I am silly. Got it. There we go. The mad scientist surrenders as he burns to death in his machine, hopefully. No, it just stops.
Completed.
Hooray. Okay, we're doing better though. We've made it further. Can I actually finish this game? What? What am I supposed to... Oh, I am supposed to just keep shooting it, okay. And we're dead. Because I had the health I had from the last mission, I guess. No, I seem to have full health. Did they just hit really hard? Because I just didn't really pay that much mind because they were just dudes with rifles. I was like, it's probably fine. Oh, okay, I guess that's a foreshadowing moment. Like, that's... Oh no, that's gonna be the boss they're gonna be fighting. Oh, that's a dick move. Okay. Can't help but notice that they're flying very specifically at angles I can't hit them. Also, just sometimes not getting hit anyway? Like, did anybody else see my bullets passing through the center of those? 'Cause I certainly did. Okay, yeah, those shots do just do 2 damage. Though, actually, they're bursts of shots, so I wonder if it's counting the entire burst because, again, no iframes, because fuck you and the bands you like. Okay, I guess he ran away. Come the fuck on. I can see that the green one doesn't heal me, because why would the green one heal you, right? That would be silly. What? Did I get hit with the... Oh no, there's a danger spot on the ceiling. Ugh. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Oh. Oh, that's stupid. This is so fucking stupid. So you need to land on the correct buttons, which is sometimes impossible, in order to lower this thing enough that you can then get through. What the f- Why did you think this was a thing? Why did you think this needed to be a thing in your video game? You're otherwise fairly played straight cop simulator where you're running around shooting all of the evil. You had to have a weird, like, button pushing thing in order to go places. I don't get it. Okay. Okay. Oh, I can just bump into them and break them too. Things I did not consider doing, just slamming my burner or into the doors. Mostly because contact with most everything else has been hurting me, so why would I consider physical contact with something? Yep. Watch your eyes, y'all. They're doing flashing yellow for some brilliant reason here. Okay, it's over now for anybody that needed to look away from that. I kind of wish I could have looked away from that. It wasn't bad, but it's just like, my eyes, why? A type deal as far as that one goes. Okay. Also can't help but notice that my burner was not restoring in that whole bit. Oh, this was a moving platform I was supposed to be on for this bit. So I had the idea for this half right. Oh, it just opens. Okay. Yeah, I knew I was dying there, but I was trying to get as much ground as I could before I died. So where does continuing put me here? I'm assuming... Yeah. Back at the beginning of this entire bit. Which means we need to do the stupid part with this thing again at the beginning. Yeah, these paddles at least give you your burner back, which is nice. Makes me wonder, though, why they bothered having segments where you get the... Oh, right, this thing does contact damage, so I just took a ton of damage for no other reason than I wanted to walk somewhere. I'm gonna die. No, I didn't die. So we at least get the checkpoint. Back to this stupid nonsense. Like, in a lot of other games, I would be like, yeah, this is a neat idea, but here, I don't know why this exists. Like, this does not fit what's happening here in the slightest. And this really just feels like a way to waste the player's time and try to kill him. Which is obviously what it's there for. It's absolutely just there to kill you. Which, the argument can be made, everything in a video game is there to kill you. To varying extents. Obviously not kill you, the player, just kill you, the character, but... Well, with the way some games are designed, I'm not entirely sure about the not you, the person idea. There are some games that I think maybe out-demoralize you sufficiently that you'll just die, but that's a whole other discussion as well. They do at least give you, like, booster refills here, but, like, why is this thing following me in this section at all? He doesn't have anything to do with this other than running into me at the end to kill me. Just kind of a shit move, too, I would like to point out. But we got the checkpoints, so that's the part that matters there. Like, they clearly were intending to lead you here. I touched this platform and nothing happened the first time. That's why we had the issue in the first place with this part. These flyers are just a nuisance. I don't really see them being that much of a threat. Fucking laser grid floor. That's the real threat here. How fucking... They expect you to keep the moving platform the whole time. Why, though? Why the slow-moving platform? Why? You give me this jetpack that I'm now learning how to use better, and you tether me to this stupid thing. Like, every time I think we're getting close to this game giving me something nice, it's just like, no, here's a way that it actually is shit, though. Also, enjoy more flashing lights when these guys get shot down. Game design sure is something, huh? This sure is a game, and it was in fact designed. Like, this has so much good about it. Like, the animations are good, the art is good, the music's pretty solid. I can't say it's incredible, but it works. And most of the mechanics are fine. Just a few of the ideas are just like, but why though? Like the contact damage being a chief concern. This segment in particular is really fucking long, with a constant barrage of things that you have to deal with, which none of our weapons seem to be very good at dealing with them. The best we have is the plasma cannon, which can kill them in one hit as long as you charge it first. That's not great either with the amount of them that show up. It's not like you have a lot of room to dodge because you're stuck on this stupid little platform unless you fly around, which may make you lose track of where the platform is because you fly at Mach 8 when you just so much as touch the controls. Like, I really do think that with a little bit of touch-up, this game actually would have been incredible. But it does genuinely, I think, need that touch-up. Which it'll never get because it's already a released product from quite a long time ago. I feel like I'm playing XCOM with the dun-dun-dun. Dun, dun, dun. That keeps happening. What? What? Nope. Nope. Why is this happening? Okay. Oh, I have infinite burner now. Okay. So that's nifty. Why didn't you give me infinite burner earlier in the game? Early in this section, that is. Like, this is almost something that could be construed as fun. Except he's gonna kill me with contact damage again. I'm really hoping he'll just die before anything stupid happens. But I don't want to risk losing my plasma cannon at this point. That's why I'm using the regular shots, even though they're not great. Yep, there it is. I knew one of those moments was going to happen. I knew he was going to just come abruptly flying to the side and kill me. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking? You're telling me that I have to do all of that and I don't get a checkpoint at the boss? They couldn't have had the decency to checkpoint that when they've been so good about checkpoints in the rest of this game? Why? Was their level designer dropped on his head repeatedly? Because that's about the only way I can think of to reach this at this point. A lot of this is forgivable, but that not having a checkpoint there is insanity. Because they can't have expected you not to die to that boss at least once. And again, why is this the only part of the game where the boss doesn't have a checkpoint? Literally every boss up to this point has had a checkpoint. Why is this the only one that doesn't? Is it because they couldn't figure out how to code to give you the power-up back? Well, just have the checkpoint be right before you get the power-up then. Easy solution to a complicated problem. What do you fucking know? Apparently I should be a goddamn game designer since I figured out the problem they couldn't fix. Yeah, eventually you just get whittled to death. Like, you just don't have any option half the time in there. I'm listening. Because there are many things I considered, and none of them were acceptable. Well, then they should have just fucking gave up. Sometimes things aren't meant to happen. Also, I'm pretty sure they had a decent enough budget with this. It's either that or they managed to incredibly mishandle said budget, which is not impossible. That does happen. But I think if it was a budgetary issue, I feel like we would have encountered other issues along the way here by now, other than that. I would be more inclined to think like they just didn't have experience or knowledge, rather than it being a budget problem. So, I don't actually know who made this. Now that I say all that. Also, we're dead because for some reason your burner doesn't restore beyond a certain point, but it will restore if you touch the damage tiles, which sure is a fucking decision as well. Like, I really think this dev team would have been better served going to clown school instead of continuing with this idea. Some of this design is a goddamn joke. The sad part is I can't even say it's a funny joke. I mean, maybe it's funny for somebody, but it's not funny for me at all. And of course, we're also left with the worrying concept of, like, did they know that this was designed somewhat questionably and they did it on purpose? Because that's also an option that exists. This all could have been on purpose. The dev team on this one could have just been a bunch of bastards who wanted people to suffer. And I just got completely stuck there because I ran out of fuel at exactly the wrong point. I can't even call this a troll because trolling is usually at least somewhat entertaining, even if you're the one receiving the trolling. I can't find any positive merit to this. This is just painful. This isn't even funny painful. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people out there that are bad at trolling and think that trolling is just being an absolute piece of shit, which, you know, maybe they came from that school of thought. I don't know. You may have gotten the idea that I may be aggravated with this enough that I'm not really going to have a turnaround here, or particularly. And if you're thinking that, you might be right. There's a certain point where my patience is tested too far. And if I hadn't done Shadow Dancer and gotten frustrated with that before this, perhaps I would have a better mindset going into this one. But I also have a little too much that I disagree with going on in here for my mindset to be particularly changeable either way. Look at the decision, for example, to have that thing, even though it was a background entity for basically that entire chase, come all the way across where you were expecting to be going and deal contact damage to you the whole way. Like, why? Literally, the only answer I can come up with as a why for something like that would be because fuck you. And there's too much design in this that really comes off as because fuck you. And like, if this was a case of, oh hey, technical limitations meant we had to make some of these things work this way, maybe you should have removed some of the extra bells and whistles that meant you didn't have cartridge space instead of cutting corners on things like checkpoints. That's also a possibility. And there goes the plasma cannon that I need. It's looking like today's gonna be a one-game day because I'm just losing the power to keep going right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if part of this is I overdid it yesterday, and that may be making me more vulnerable to frustration because I'm more tired than I think I am. There is a world in which that is true. I did pick up a new plasma cannon, so at least we're not SOL there, but with how much health I've lost at this point, I don't know. Why is the screen forever yellow now? Okay, never mind. Fixed itself. But I have 1 hit point, so this is just over. Because with the way that these guys are designed, there's no way I'm going to avoid getting hit by any of them. I did find another weapon, so that's good, but I'm on my last life now, so, there's that. But the super gun will solve the problems we were having. But of course, you know, they had to have all the flying guys drop the things like that, so you probably wouldn't even see that they dropped anything, because they'll probably be dying in spots you can't even get to without doing a crazy flight that will potentially get you killed. Like, I'm in full salt mode now, and I acknowledge that, and I apologize for the state of things I'm in right now. This sequence just blows. And there's gonna just not be anything better happening from here, considering we have to deal with that boss fight next. Like, they must fully expect you to fly and fight, which, that's a fun idea until you realize how this works. Because you cannot let go of the flight button at any time, or you fall like a stone like you've seen me do. And that's just... I feel like that's unnecessary.
What?
Like, even on a system like this, they more than likely could have made the jetpack a toggle. Instead of the hold it is. But just so you all know how much we didn't get to, that was stage 5. That is a 3-part boss fight, which we were at the 3rd part. The 3rd part's genuinely not that bad. Then we had Mission 6, which only has 1 boss. Mission 7, which has a mini-boss, a second mini-boss, then a boss, and then the final level, which is a clone fight, which would have been awful. And you want to know the best bonus part at the end there? The enemy clone can kill you when he dies because he does our fire attack as his final move. Guaranteed. You have to either have him off screen when he dies, or you apparently will have to have health left, according to the guide there. Well, it depends on the degree you want to say that to, and that really depends on one's own specific limitations in regard to that. I would personally say more often than not, if you're going out of your way to do that, you're probably not in it for good game design to begin with.
Is what?
Like, troll games are usually by their nature not built with good game design in mind. They're built with the specific intentions in mind. And they just accept what happens with it. Because it is... It ends up having its own merit on the basis of the fact that it has the comedy value, instead of necessarily being well designed. Like, you're asking me that question at a time when I cannot give you the proper nuanced response, because I do not have a good example in hand right now to explain the thought. Because you can absolutely just, like, nudge at the player and occasionally give them a little fuck you jab and still have the overall game be well designed. Because you just slip in a little trap here, a little trap there,
What?
and you achieve that without the entire thing being crippled by you doing it too much, is the best way I can explain it in the current moment. Like, take for example, you're running along, you run into a dead end with a trap in it. It does a bit of damage to you, but you can get through it just fine. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. But this game just constantly keeps slapping you with it back to back to back, which is where it becomes a problem. It's much akin to, in humor, you can kind of base a lot of your jokes on making fun of someone, but you have to balance how you're doing that. You can't just constantly lean on only that, or the jokes will stop landing. Yeah, that's a different thing. You can factor them as the same thing, but that's not really attacking you, the character, that's attacking you, the player, at that point. Presumably, based on it being a narrative standpoint.
Is what?
But again, this is an entire discussion that would take a very long time to give a proper, detailed answer to, so we're gonna end up leaving it there while I'm... Well, we can continue the discussion till I find a target, and that's gonna be about the best you're gonna get on that one. Because I am done. 2 failed games back to back is enough for me today. We at least got 1, and that's good enough. Because based on the rest of my list, I don't think it would be better with most of these. What do you mean 2 out of? You heard the whole number. 1 was a success, 2 were failures, so that was 3. That's 2 out of 3 be bad.
SWAT.
Unless you mean the entire list I had, which I didn't count it. It is... Well, I wasn't going to get to all of these today to begin with, but there was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 choices that I had earmarked as potentials, depending on how today went. And I was only ever intending to play at most 4 of them, probably, because that would put us around like 5 or 6 hours, depending on how they went. But the rest of them are, A, for the most part, longer than these were, and B, not going to be that much easier, so we were going to be in the same scenario we were in with these 2 if I tried to push on and do a 4th game to try to get a 2nd win out of it. Like, this was my intended turn this into a win game. But that's just how it be sometimes. You don't always get what you're aiming for. You don't always win. And still, 1 out of 3 isn't terrible. We could have had all 3 of them end badly. So I will take the fact that I at least got A clear out of this.
SWAT.
Like, it easily could have been worse. And of course, Twitch does the wonderful thing where it reshuffles my entire list that I'm looking at, because God forbid I be allowed to look at anything on Twitch without it meddling. If there's anything Twitch is good at, it's meddling. Of course it does. That I have said on numerous occasions that this website is a bit of a clown show. And I don't mean the streamers. Let me see where a couple of these are at, and I'll make a decision from there. This is earlier than you usually are on. Okay, you're actually only an hour in, so you should be going for a bit longer yet. And I've been to the other one recently, so yeah, we'll go with that. There we go. Nice and easy. Nice and simple. We'll go see Mochi, who's doing God Hand. Which, it's extra funny to me to a degree here, because we were just talking about God Hand the other day. Not in any significant capacity, it just happened to come up. So it's funny to me that it's coming up again naturally, without me having to go out of my way to make it come up. I don't know if it's the best one, but it's up there. There's definitely some games that succeed more on the shitpost side, but it does do well on balancing being a shitpost and being a functioning game. So there's some back and forth on that one. But let's see, today's Saturday, so Monday we'll be back to Dark Alliance 2. as I mentioned before, theoretically we'll either continue Dark Alliance 2 or we'll jump to Shape of Dreams, depending on how far into Dark Alliance 2 we are. If it looks like we'll end it on Tuesday. And then Thursday we would then switch to putting Shape of Dreams there. Friday we'll be back to Abiotic with Mel, and then Saturday I'll figure something out, because we're, like I had said earlier, we're not going to do short run Saturday that week because we'll be doing the clearathon the week after, to give myself some leeway on game choices a little bit, because I'm already getting into some rougher territory with clears, because there's just not that many short games that I'm like, yeah, I can definitely get through that. But either way, be good to Mochi, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.